Hello, everybody. What's going on, y'all? It's TCH Live Monday. You know what that means. It's time for some No Limit Texas Hold'em. I'm your host, Aaron McAvoy, AA Ron here in the booth. Joining me once again is Carolyn. What's going on?
What's up, Aaron? How's it going?
It's going very well. Thank you for asking. And I hope all of you guys out there in the YouTube universe are enjoying your evening so far, and hopefully you'll be enjoying it a little bit more as we get this No Limit Texas Hold'em game started for you here. We are going to be playing just 5-5 tonight, taking the big blind down just a notch to give a little bit more accessibility to a couple of new timers to this game. So we are getting the table filled in. I think we have a couple of players still on the way as well. So we're going to get things started off here with a $25 PLO bomb pot, and then we will see who is joining us at the table and who will be joining us in just a little bit.
I guess give me a $10 bomb pot.
Yeah, $10 bomb pots on the old 5-5. Sounds about right.
Does it? Is that what you guys have done in the past?
I mean, so the 5-5 is sort of the in-between of the 2-5 and the 5-10, right? So I've seen it go both ways. But
Yeah,
yeah,
I think
generally,
it's always whatever the table agrees to.
yeah,
But
generally it is 25. Anything above the 2-5 table I've seen it is 25, but
yeah, since it's an uncapped game, I think typically they just make it 25. But there's every opportunity in the double board bomb pots, especially, to get all your chips in the middle, regardless of what the blinds are.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter.
I do tend to think that on the single board bomb pots that we do on stream, just because the table can only read a single board, that there's more incentive to go to the $25.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's far less likely for players to want to pile a bunch of chips in, because it's like you just miss one board, you're just done. But in a lot of other scenarios, it'll be like, okay, maybe I don't have the greatest draw or something on that board, but hey, I got two pair and a gut shot on the other or something, right?
Yeah.
There's more of an incentive to stick around, make it more entertaining, and get more chips in the pot. But
So right now we see one hand scanned in. It's Bones. He's got an up and down straight draw. Not the best straight draw. He also has the ace of diamonds on this board, which came out with two diamonds. But who just folded? The open-ended straight flush draw? Someone just folded an open-ended straight flush draw.
that seems ill-advised.
Yeah,
but
7-5 of diamonds.
Wow. Okay, I missed it. Sorry, I was trying to look at the chat, and we also are having a struggle getting all of the cards scanned in. As when you do have a fistful of cards, you have to get all four of them sort of fanned out and spread over the sensor all at the same time, and sometimes that can be a challenge. So I do apologize for not having these hands scanned in, but we do have Big Daddy Chaz here going to continue betting on this deuce of clubs turn. Bet a 200.
Yeah, so Bones would have turned the nuts. At this point, he had 5-3, according to what was scanned in.
Okay.
So I'm kind of surprised that he would fold also.
But he didn't have 5-3-7, right? Obviously, 5-3-7 is a slam dunk, but when you do have just the bottom end of the open ender, I can understand with the two diamonds out there,
He
right?
also had the ace of diamonds. He didn't have two diamonds, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I think
No, there's definitely an argument to be made
Yeah.
for sticking around in there with a hand like that then, but did just decide to duck out. We are going to go check here on the end. We've got queen
high
tray of
diamonds.
diamonds. Queen high diamond flush. And Chaz is going to let it go, whatever he was holding on to, face down.
Yeah, probably a set or top two pair or something like that.
And there you have it. Westfall going to go ahead and drag the first pot. And nice little tip to John, the dealer here. As we take a look at the chip counts, Bones, Sparks, and Big Daddy Chaz all buying in for 5K. We got Caitlin joining us as well. We got all in Bastion, Sebastian, Westfall, and TJ. And, of course, we will be looking to fill these remaining couple of seats. So we'll keep an eye on who pops in to fill those in. Taking a look back at the chat, I saw a couple of people giving me a little shout-out. So hello to everybody that said, hey, welcome to the stream. Let's see here. There was one thing. PM here asking, do I talk to Mike J much? Maybe I should know who you're talking about, but I'm not sure. Oh, no. a text message here and there every once in a while, but honestly, I haven't seen that man in far too long.
Yeah.
So would love
Yeah.
to reconnect, get together with our good friend Mike J.
All right. As far as the cards go, we got Big Daddy Chaz with pocket nines, opening to 20. Casey with the ace king suited makes it 100. And Chaz will continue.
Yeah, definitely just a spot to call with the nines. No need to go for a fourth bet. Get to play this one in position. This is also a little bit of an interesting dynamic between the +1 position and the small blind. Small blind going to be incentivized to raise with a pretty narrow range and just fold everything else. So nine's going to perform reasonably well, but definitely not interested in getting this pot up to fourth and fifth bets. Bone's going to continue here, 75 to go. Big Daddy Chaz just going to call, as you do. Deuce of spades here, and Big Daddy Chaz should be feeling pretty good about his hand. He can definitely be behind some over pairs from Bones, but he's just going to have to go for the call down. Bones is going to slow down and check here on the turn. Now Chaz can actually go ahead and bet for a little bit of equity denial. You can check, but I would like to see a bet here. 250 seems appropriate, 225 maybe.
Agreed.
125. Big Daddy Chaz is going to keep it small, so actually going to see if he can get called by Bones' ace high. Generally, the idea here is to get your opponent to fold a hand like this, while you do just have like a giant load of the equity. You know, fading the overcard to the board is just like something you don't have to sweat if you just bet and they fold. But it is just going to go, yeah, check here on the end. And Chaz doesn't have to worry about facing a big river bet when the overcard does peel off. And well played, Chaz gets another 125 out of that one. What do you say? Shall we get our gamble on?
Obviously.
Obviously.
I don't know what we were waiting for.
You know, just a lull in
We've
the
been live
action,
for like
really.
4 minutes, man. Let's go.
All right, let's see if our good friend David Pratt is joining us in the chat. If he
Pratt,
is,
where
then
you at?
we'll get him in here. If not, then we'll fire this thing up.
I hear Seth is into Pratt for like $60 now.
Really?
Yeah,
They had
something like
some side action going on
I
Thursday or
guess.
something?
I don't.
All
That
right,
was
all right.
word from Pratt when I saw him the other day. So
Nice. Well, Pratt came up to me, I was standing there having a conversation with somebody else, and he came up and loudly announced, here's your fucking money, and gave me $20. So that was a good experience. So far, no Pratt, but let's go ahead and finish out this hand. We'll give him one more opportunity to pop in, then we'll continue along with our degeneracy. Bone's going to open the button and gets no resistance. Jack 9 suited. All right, let's fire this thing up.
all right, how many are we gambling?
Let's do a hundy, huh? Gamble a hundy.
You want to go first or second?
I'm going first.
All right,
Oh, that's so unfortunate.
I'll set the bar for you.
I'm fine.
All right, let's go. 73 or something in that ballpark. Oop, nope, that's a 48. You can probably beat that.
It's a coin flip, so let's see what happens.
Flipping coins, y'all. Oh no, J-Stack snuck in there on you. J-Stack, bro, he's either gonna do me solid or he's gonna fuck things up. He's probably gonna fuck things up. Nope, 59. He did good for me. You rolled a 3.
Shut up! No, really?
J-Stack stole your 59.
J-Stack.
Oh man. And he doubled his 13 points up to 26. So
Congratulations,
good on you,
J-Stack.
J-Stack. And that was dirty. Thank you. It is always so funny, like when somebody like sneaks in between us,
know.
and it's like, dang it, what happened?
Yeah, but there's like a few seconds between us speaking in real life, in real time.
Oh,
and
everyone else hearing us
And
too.
yeah, so he probably didn't even know that you had already hit the gamble, and that I was waiting on me.
Yeah. Caitlin here betting 15, very small here on this, looks like 5-way flop. TJ here has flopped bottom set, just calls. Now that a 6 of spades has peeled off here, Caitlin steps it up to 75. Interesting line here with the 4th pair effective. TJ now, the effective stack here with 1K, wants to build this pot, should be raising, but he's just going to call, going to keep playing this one tricky trappy, and I imagine after this second call, Caitlin should just be shutting things down, but let's see if I'm wrong about that. Oh, in fact, TJ was playing this one out of position, so this was check bet, check bet, call, and yeah, now when he leads out on this seemingly safe river for him, he leads out, and Caitlin can just get away from it without any further damage. Interestingly played hand there.
Bad language, not after. Did we swear? Did I curse? I'm sorry, guys.
Not sure.
I mean, it happens from time to time.
It definitely does, but yeah.
This program is not intended for children, although I do let my son watch it.
Ages 1 and up.
Yeah.
Here on TCH Live. If you are not subscribed to the channel, please do consider hitting the subscribe button. That will ensure that you earn all sorts of fantastic TCH Live loyalty points with which you can participate in the gambling fun, as well as enter yourself into our weekly raffles. We do some drawings and such, usually on the Tuesday nights when we have the big 10-25 game up in Dallas. Sparks here waking up with number 1 after TJ. Oh, I thought he limped. Sorry. So Bones opens here. Sparks puts in the 3-bet, and Bones is going to go ahead and get out of the way if I read that correctly.
Yep. That's how it went down.
All right. We also do appreciate it, of course, whenever you guys help us out. Hit that like button. It does improve our
yeah, what kind of goal should we set for the day?
You know what? I'm going to say let's get to 175 by 8 o'clock, and then we'll go from there. What do you think about that? All right, help us out, people. If you haven't already reared back and struck the like button with the force of 1,000 suns, please do. We'll see if we can get up to 175 by 8 o'clock. That'd be awesome. As it stands, we are going to continue along here. Caitlin under the gun. Going to go ahead and raise it up to 20 bucks here. Jack 8 offsuit. Bones will try to sneak in here with the ace tray of hearts. And all in Bastion Sebastian over here. Going to go ahead and call out of the small blind. 9-7 of clubs. 3 ways to a flop. King, 2 queens, and 2 hearts on board.
Yep.
Checks over to Bones. Just going to bet half pot here with the best hand and the nut draw. Nut flush draw, I should say. And that's just going to get the job done. J-Stack here in the chat saying smazash the like button. That's right. Good to see you here, man. Would love to run into you on the felt again sometime as well. Haven't played poker with my man J-Stack in a hot minute.
J-Stack, where you been?
One day he will.
5, 5, 10, and the 25 on here. Sparks
right.
making a long-awaited return to the TCH Live felt here in Austin. I know Sparks had been away from us for a little while, but really good to have him back. Big Daddy Chaz, of course, a staple here on the broadcast. He's going to come in for a raise here. $25 double, triple, double, straddle. One of the things, the words and their hearts and stuff. Going to raise it up, 75, ace, queen offsuit, all in Sebastian here on the button. Going to limp in as well, or sorry, flat in with the king 10 off, and Sparks will complete out of the straddle with the jack 9 of hearts. 2-tone board, ace high. Big Daddy Chaz here going to flop top 2. And comes in for a little over 1/3. Sebastian here going to make the call here. Gut shot to Broadway, backdoor spade draw, but not the most inspiring.
I mean, he has 3 cards for a royal flush, and then just binks it on the turn.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you know, you know. I mean, sometimes it just.
Yeah, and Chaz here looking to get more chips into the middle here with the front door draw still available. Just going to bet 225, though. Keeps this very reasonable with his opponent having a relatively short stack size. And when Sebastian just makes this call here that is going to blow this pot up to just about an SPR of 1. 9 of diamonds here on the end. A lot of two-pair combinations have just completed that are behind Big Daddy Chaz's top 2. I do suspect this is going to be a shot at all of it.
Yep. There it is.
And with the nuts, yeah, you just call. And Chaz is like, oh, yeah, no, I can't beat that. Like, just drill it wide.
Yeah, Casey would have rivered 2-pair too, Bones. He had Jack 9 suited, so like you said, a lot of those 2-pair combos complete there. So Chaz obviously thinking he's betting for value.
Yeah, you could even see a world within which your opponent has something like Queen Jack, right, and doesn't just pile it on that turn, just sort of waiting to sort of see how the river develops. Give your opponent continue blasting with front door spade draw, things of that nature. So yeah, plenty of hands the Big Daddy Chaz can get value from. The other side of the coin is, and I've harped on this before, which is if you have a hand that is going to call any bet from your opponent, even if they go all in on the river, and you're first to act, and you're sort of like, maybe I'm not sure if I should be going all in for value, right? But yet, my hand is so strong that I would call if I check and they go all in. Then it oftentimes makes more sense to just bet it all anyways, because they could have an inferior hand that they would just check behind, but that they would call off, right? And so as soon as you start riding that line, it's like, well, maybe just push it slightly, ever so slightly.
If you're 100% calling their river jam, then that makes sense to me, you know? You give them the opportunity to fold or to call off with a worse hand.
Yeah, but you have to be right on that line, because otherwise, like if you're solidly in like bluff catching territory where it's like it really doesn't make any sense for you to bet, because like everything worse than your hand just folds, then you can go for the check and let them bluff, right? But like if you're right on that line where it's like, no, my hand is way too strong to ever fold, but I'm still not quite sure if like worse will call, but there's a few, go for it. Anyways, on to the next hand. Jack 8-4, Rainbow, just about the most disconnected board you could dream of.
Yeah, not sure what Bones is holding. It's a limp pot, so. Yeah, TJ's got a pair.
Westfall going to be the first player to put chips in this pot, though, with the gutter.
Yeah.
TJ calls with second pair. Bones in there with a mystery hand.
Banks the gutter.
Oh,
no, he doesn't. No, I'm just kidding.
Picked up another gutter.
Just kidding. No, I mean.
Double gutted now.
Gonna keep betting it. Makes sense.
75 to go here. Relatively small sizing. DJ here now, just with the second pair, kind of in that spot where it's like, yeah, maybe my hand's good, but like, do I really want to call now and have to call again on the river? Bones, though, not going anywhere just yet. Could have something like Jack with a weak kicker, but Bank City Knights here for Westfall. And this is why you bet your draws sometimes, because when they get there, you get value.
I mean, and if they don't get there, if you get a better hand to fold, it's still successful, you know? I mean, it makes it. There's a lot of reasons why you should bet your draws. And, yeah, even your gutters. If you're going to continue with the gutter, it's...
Bones is stepping into it here unless he just somehow happens to have Queen 9 of diamonds or something.
I mean...
I'd
be surprised, unless he has diamonds. Yeah.
Westfall is blocking the diamonds, so Jack of diamonds not accounted for, so there are definitely some hands like Jack, Queen of diamonds or something, but I almost feel like that hand, well, yeah, no, but there's so few combos, there's just a couple of combos of hands that Bones can be doing with this for value. The rest of the hands Westfall is just way ahead of. Because there's plenty of hands that can be doing this for value that are behind, right? Jack 10 is one that comes to mind. Westfall, I believe, should have just already called here. I don't think it makes a ton of sense to go all in. You do have the 9 of diamonds as the blocker.
No, I think it's just I think this is a call. It should be.
Those are Bones' cards? Okay, all right.
So we got word. We're not going to tell you yet. We're going to go ahead and let this action finish. He does call. Bones just has one pair. So.
Jack with the 7 of diamonds blocker blocks the 9-7, and the other diamond draws does just have the top pair with no picker. And yeah, when he sees that Westfall sort of tanks into the call, Bones is like, wow.
Maybe.
I didn't know that you would think that long with a hand like that. Certainly wasn't targeting that one for a fold. But Westfall is...
Yeah, I mean, he's targeting a better jack or... I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jack 10,
Queen Jack,
pair.
King Jack
Yeah.
hates to get raised there.
Yeah, of
Check
course.
raised on that, like, bleh, you know, throw up and fold most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, when you hit almost your gin card, like an offsuit 10 would have been the gin card there, or an offsuit 6. Like you have to feel, you should feel great about that.
Yeah, one thing that I'll say for sure is that we have quite the spectrum of experience, and certainly in this game, right?
lineup
The typical
is-
Monday game.
Yeah,
So, you know, we've got mainstays to the higher stakes like Sparks and Big Daddy Chaz. You know,
And
Pierre
Bones.
is not here this evening, but, you know, those are sort of the staples to this broadcast. And now
Yeah,
we've got some newcomers. and-
Westfall is definitely not typically a high stakes player, and I think knowing Bones' kind of history and his experience in the game can be a little nerve-wracking. So I understand why he might second-guess himself.
Well, it also just leads to dynamics that are unique, right? Because if Bones runs into that scenario where he checks river, his opponent bets small, which is representative of a weaker made hand, right? Like this is like a 2-pair type hand or whatever that's just like going for a little bit of value, but it's very vulnerable, right? Like, so Bones is going to recognize, okay, actually I have a really good hand combination to go for a raise here, a check raise, and see if I can get him to fold. And he's just not realizing that his opponent is going to first have, you know, the second nuts, effectively, and sort of actually think about whether or not he's going to call. Anyways, all in Sebastian here. He's got ace, queen of diamonds. Caitlin here with a couple of red 10s. Caitlin continues for 350, and Bastion goes for the check call here.
Yeah.
I think if you're going to play ace, queen of diamonds past the flop here facing this bet of 350, I would go for the check raise. You block both ace, king, and king, queen, and have the backdoor diamonds, but he goes for the check call, and now check, check on the turn. He's going to lead
Ooh,
the river.
400 though. I mean, I don't see how Caitlin can fold, right?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
it's just far too small.
Yeah, there's no way that she's folding for 400 there. So, just the tip here: don't try and bluff the river with what, a quarter pot.
Yeah, I think it was 1/3 all said and done because, well, no, it was 1/4. Wait, went up
Yeah, it was
after
less
800
than, it was
went up
less
to
than a quarter.
no, it was 1/3 because
Okay.
it went up to
It was
2100,
12.
so
It was
800 went in.
1300. He bet 4. No, that's a quarter.
That's
Oh no, it's the third.
that's
Just
the
kidding.
third.
You're right. I can do math.
Maths are hearts.
Yup. No, Scotland. Caitlin is playing. She can't do both.
Live $10
Yeah, Scotland. We got Carolyn here
Yeah.
in the booth.
This is your standard Monday commentary lineup now.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
Get used to it, guys.
Rockin' 420 here in the chat saying likes the new font and design on the screen. That's awesome, man. Thank you so much. Ironbite AD, yo, 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 what's going on, man? Welcome to the show. All in Bastion here with a couple of deuces after the failed river bet. John here joining us. over in the 9 seat is going to go ahead and raise this up to $50. And
John. I didn't even see him. John who?
John.
Oh, okay.
John.
Okay. Got it.
I don't know his last name.
I don't
so
know.
it's John. John.
But he's played on the stream a number of times, so he is not an every week player, but often enough. He's got a recognizable face.
Did sit down with 5K in the stack and all in Bastion here. Going to go for the limp call.
John flopping in up and down straight draw. But all in Bastion going to donk bet at this board. John not going to fold.
Yeah, it's a tricky spot because he has the range advantage, so he could definitely come in for a raise. But whenever your opponent donks into you on this sort of middling paired board, it just feels so weird. You're like, they probably have an 8, right? Like almost always. And if I raise, they just probably won't fold.
I'm surprised he folds for 100 there.
I feel similarly. The small bet once again on the turn, like honestly, I really like the raise there because like your hand doesn't have showdown value, but it can improve to a superior hand, and it's so rare that a player will donk with a 9, right? Flop trip 9s and then just donk out.
So it's happened to me. I can say it was either a really big 2-5 game or at a 5. I don't remember which it was, but like a deep 2-5 or a 5-5 game. Somebody did it to me, and I had kings, and I was like, I sat there and racked my brain because it was a donk. I raised.
Oh, okay.
He re-raised all in.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember this, yeah.
And I racked my brain for him. I'm like, why would you ever
donk lead with the
with
trip.
a 9? Like, why? And I just had to like sigh, call, and just say, like, I guess I said it out loud. I was like, why would you bet if you have a 9 there? Like, why? And so I called, and I was like, do you have a 9? And he's like, yep. And I was like, okay. I don't know what else. I mean, and then just big.
Yeah, no, it is.
Sometimes you just have to get lucky.
Yeah, sometimes you got to get lucky. Sometimes you are just going to be put.
Wow,
in
look at all
bad
these
spots.
fucking pairs.
Yeah, no, this is a brilliant hand starting here as 3-bet coming in. Big Daddy Chaz taking it up to 275 after a limp.
No. Raise to 50.
Open to 50.
Caitlin flat called with the 8s. And Chaz just going to take it down. Nobody wants to test him. Even a little surprised by that, but.
Well, I think it makes some sense. So the player with the 6s, right, going to be the man in the middle, and your hand is just so frequently just going to be like call, see a flop, fold to a bet.
What was the raise to? It was a 3.
275. So 50, 50, 275. So yeah, not a huge like.
I'm sure if John calls, Caitlin comes along too, but.
And that's the thing. Like you could very often call there, just planning on set mining because you know that you're sort of pricing in your other opponent, and then it actually like spices up the pot enough to make it sort of borderline.
If John calls, I mean, then no one can fold.
Yeah, I'm surprised at the fold, for sure. But once he folds, then Caitlin has no business being in there because her hand is just super capped.
I'm only buying in 5K.
Anyways, we're moving right along. We've got some limping and some more limping and some more limping and some checking. So we're going to go to a limped pot flop, 4 waves. This is one other dynamic that will come in when you have a varied lineup like we have tonight, where you're going to see some sort of more unique scenarios that are going to play out just because of the nature of people sort of playing along the spectrum of sort of skill.
And TJ both flopping top pair. All in Bastion has bottom pair. John's got middle pair. Yeah, so everybody's sticking around. Nobody really wants to bet at it, though. King 3, rivering 2 pair. Front door diamonds gets there 2, so I think it's just going to check.
You want to 20 bottom to somebody.
Oh, I'm wrong.
Yeah, TJ feeling inspired to go for some value now. Goes for almost full pot, though, which is definitely going to be too much in order to get paid by somebody that has an 8. And yeah, John can just
Or a
snap.
king. I mean, he rivers 2 pair there, so I mean, he just a
Yeah, I
king
think
would probably call him
anyone else that has a king would have bet by then. So now it's time to start targeting the 8s and 5s
Nah,
of the world.
not true. Somebody else had a king. Chaz had king 6. We know nothing.
Finally did it.
Yeah, I know nothing.
Cool.
Confirmed.
Yeah.
That's what he said.
Me
Just
too.
toast the buns on both sides.
Both sides.
But he also just folded it, so it guess it didn't really matter, right? So once again, if you can't even get a king to call, then you bet
Yeah.
too much. I don't know. We'll move along to the next hand. 5-5-10. Caitlin going to be first to act here.
No cost. It's just made with love, apparently. Yeah, some crackhead back in the back. He's like, "Oh, just hold it on the
Good
fire."
banter here on the table.
I hear a Big Daddy Chaz laugh.
Yep, gotta love hearing that.
Always nice.
John here, not a believer in the Choctaw
One-sided bun
nuts.
at Whataburger already?
I watched someone win a pretty good-sized pot with the Choctaw nuts whilst in Choctaw playing in
Oh, really?
the big main event tournament
That's
up
fun.
there. Yep. It was a small blind versus big blind. Small blind limps with the Jack Deuce off, and then like made straight, right? With just like a 4-liner or 1-liner to a straight, whatever. Used the Jack, made the straight, and won the pot. It was a fun tournament. I rode the roller coaster, man. Day 1, I instantly, within the first hour, went from 30K starting stack down to 2K.
Ooh, ouch.
Yep. And then I ground that bad boy up from 2K up to 225, and then
Wow.
ran into some spots, blew it all off down to just under 50 that I put into a bag. Started day 2 with 10 big blind, but managed to ride it out into a second tier min cash before I ran 10s and ace jack. So my first cash in quite some time, and it felt good. Felt really good.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially on one buy-in to take it from as
Dusty as could be. Yeah.
Yeah. What were the blinds when you got down to 2K?
Because it was the first hour, it was still 100, 200,
Oh, there you
200.
go.
But
There you
like,
go.
you know, that was still.
It doesn't matter. You
yeah.
still don't have any choices as far as like what are you doing there, you know?
All in Bastion here, going to just call on the button facing a third bet. From
He
Bones.
raised
Yes.
Bones 3-bet. He is calling.
Going to play it in position,
He's got
but
an
does just
overpair
call
on
the
the
3
board.
bet. Yeah.
Bones.
Not a
Yeah,
lot of 10s
effective
in his
second
opponent's
pair,
calling
yeah.
range. So yeah, Bones should feel pretty safe about going for a bet here. And this is primarily equity denial. All in Bastion can definitely have 8, 7, 6s as well. So this is certainly going to be solidly in the middle of, you can call with some worse hands, and I'd be super fine if you just folded. All in Bastion, of course, should not be folding.
Yeah, definitely not. I've seen some strange things happen on this stream, though. He's thinking long and hard about it, so maybe contemplating a raise.
Yeah, this is sort of a slam dunk call in position here.
Yeah.
Stack. He is going to go
Nope,
all in.
no.
Yeah. So stacked pot ratio was going to go up to 1,
Yep.
and then Bones was very likely to check a lot of turns that brought overcards to the board or some sort of diamond, but betting most everything else, so Bastion probably could have gotten all the chips in on the turn, most turns, but anyways, just going to go for it now, and this is just kind of like, I don't know, if you got me, you got me, and as Bones has not called yet, Bastion is now like, oh, I have the best hand. Cool.
Yeah,
Now
absolutely.
please call me.
When Casey sits there and thinks about it, he knows he's good.
Yeah, but Casey also in a tough spot. Yeah, he's going to have to call. Nines are just up a little bit too high in the range.
Yeah, I'm not saying that he should fold there. I'm just saying that as far as all in Bastion's concerned, when he knows what his whole cards are,
Mm-hmm.
the if Casey had an overpair to the board, then he would have been snap calling. He would not have thought about it for any period of time.
Yeah. Yeah, so Bones here sort of laughing, and you can sort of see it all in his face here. This is the second time he's run into this, once against Westfall and now against Bastion, where the sort of standard game that would be played from button versus straddle didn't play out, right? And very similar to what happened with Westfall. Like the
I'm
normal
not familiar
cadence of
with
the
All
hand.
in Bastion. I don't know if he typically plays these stakes or if this is kind of shot taking for him. So I'm not sure what his level of experience at these stakes is, but we all know that Casey's experience at these stakes is obviously pretty extensive. So I am curious to know how often is this shot taking for him? Is this the stakes he normally plays at? I have a feeling it's the former and not the latter, but I don't know.
Little sanitation never hurt anybody.
Yeah, no. It was in the correct spot, yeah.
Taking a look here in the chat. Here we got Lobo Poker saying, just found out he's got the Rona. Is it weird that he's happy that he gets to just stay home and enjoy the live stream?
It's not weird.
Definitely not weird. But do please, man, just I hope for the best. I hope you have a quick recovery. I'm sure if you're able to be hanging out and enjoying the program, that you're going to just pull all of the healing energy that you need right out of the screen and get over it quickly.
I don't want to downplay anybody's experience with the Rona. So everybody should, rest and take care of their bodies, especially if they get it. Drink lots of water.
And tequila. I mean,
don't drink tequila if you have coronavirus, people. That's a terrible advice. Like, probably the worst possible thing you could do. I'm just going to put that one out there. There's no way that's good for you.
We do have our 9th player joining us. Amit is going to take a seat in the middle there. Going to sit down with 500.
Yeah, he's a regular player at the 1-2 and 2-5 games here at TCH Austin. The nicest possible guy. Just, doesn't have a bad word to say about anybody. So, nice to see him mixing it up here.
Interesting hand developing here. TJ limping for 15. Bones raises it up to 100, and TJ does go for the limp call.
Special. 9-5.
Second pair here. TJ is going to make the call for Bones C-bets with the 9-high diamond draw. 7 of spades on the turn. Doesn't really change Bones' equity. Is still just working with 9-high and a diamond flush draw.
Rev X is saying to the contrary of my advice, which is that he drank a ton of tequila when he had the Rona. And if anything, it helped, he said.
Hell yeah, son. Rev X knows how to do
broth
it.
bombs, slightly better, I would say. They've got, the sodium and water in the broth is going to help hydrate you. So
the sodium, yeah, going to hydrate you. I feel like
replenish electrolytes.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Yep.
That's like saying Gatorade doesn't hydrate you because it's got sodium in it. I mean, that's why they put it in there.
Hydration and replacing electrolytes
whatever.
are slightly, they're two different things.
Sure.
They're both working towards the same end, which is make your body work good.
Yeah, the tequila in the broth bomb, however, probably not good for anyone at any point in time in their life.
Definitely hard.
However,
yeah, tequila did good things for some people.
Can numb
I'm
the
sure
pain.
of it.
So maybe worth it. I don't know.
In any case, however you choose to deal with the bout of Rona, we do hope you get over it quickly and get back into action as quickly as possible. We got a dealer change. Is that Sal in the box? It looks like it is. Sal going to sit down, and it's time for a $10 dealer change. PLO bomb pot.
Yeah, we got a defector from the bomb pots.
A defector.
Oh, I'm surprised. No, Amit will play.
Yeah, he hasn't popped in yet. Maybe.
He's adding on, so he's stepped away from the table. So he's going to get in there probably. He's
at
not
the-
one
at
to
the
sit
cage.
out a bomb pot, to the best of my knowledge, but
Yeah, who
could be
is?
wrong.
George. Excuse me.
What?
Sorry, I had a sneeze cough thing.
Who? Who's
I was kidding. I was a little joke jab at our boy George Bronstein, who not the biggest fan of the PLO bomb pots, but he's been known to play them every once
You
in
know
a
what?
while.
I have seen him play him
Yeah.
recently. I've been surprised, and he kind of just puts his money in and folds most. I don't think I've seen him get past the flop on it, but he keeps saying like, you know what? I got to learn how to play these, and I encourage everybody to learn how to play PLO bomb pots because first of all, they're so much fun. Caitlin's got an up and down straight draw and queen high hearts. I thought it was a open-ended straight flush draw, but I was wrong. Just all red cards. Kind of look the same. But yeah, I think everybody should learn how to play them. They are loads of fun. And also, on top of that, you can make so much money in them if you play them well. And
Yeah.
you can play them well or poorly. It's not just bingo. There's
definitely some skill to it. I would agree with that.
Anybody who says, "Oh, it's just bingo," no, I disagree. I will
All right.
fight you.
3 ways to the turned queen of diamonds here, as we have John with the nut flush draw, TJ getting into the mix with
John's also got 2 pair, top 2 pair.
top and bottom.
Oh, sorry,
For
top.
TJ. Now Caitlin here improves to a pair of queens.
Perfect
And now
straight.
the queen high straight, which is going to be best if we get to showdown, which I suspect we will. TJ here does have a straight as no, he does not. He just has 2
No,
pair,
2
top
pair.
2 pair.
Caitlin's losing a king 10. I mean, she might fold to a bet here, though. No.
No,
Alright.
I don't think you
Not
can
for
fold here.
150, I guess.
No, hard no. You lose to exactly one hand, you chop with the others. And honestly, I do think that TJ here should just be checking.
Agreed. 100%.
Because I said top 2. It's not even top 2. It's second 2 pair.
Yeah.
And your hand doesn't have good denial, like interaction for your opponents. Like you're not blocking, is what I'm saying. If he had something like king, jack 9 or something, right, where he like hard blocks the king 10, you could think about trying to get your opponent to
I
fold.
played my very first hand when I sat down today. That was the dream scenario for me, where I had essentially the board ran out where Broadway was the nuts on the board, but I had 2 kings and there was a king on the second board.
And you're like,
And
nobody
you needed
can
a
pass
king for Broadway, so I had a straight to the king, and I had top vote on the other board. And I said, "There's no way anybody doesn't, there's no way I'm losing to anything here, right?"
Okay.
What's
All
that?
right. They're ordering food for the table, so sorry to interrupt you there. Just noticed that Caitlin had a phone out at the table, and we do always try to get a nix on that as soon as possible, but they are actually just ordering food as a group, and so they are passing the phone around, picking what they're ordering. So we are going to give them a little bit of a pass this time, but just a heads up, anybody that is interested in coming in playing on the stream, we do have a no technology at the table. That means no headphones, no phones, etc., just to ensure the integrity of the game.
More so than ensuring the integrity of the game, the best benefit, not necessarily the intention, but the best benefit of that policy is that people are not distracted. They are 100% engaged in the game, and that's great. So I am a big fan of that policy, and I hope we never change it. So if you do want to play and you have a problem with that, then you know what? You spend too much time on your phone, frankly.
Yeah, we all do. That is for sure.
Speaking of which,
I think pretty much everyone except John, dude.
As Carolyn just stares right
I
at
did
the
the
phone.
same thing I totally did.
All right, it's time for another wager. What do you say?
Oh, is it time already?
It
oh,
is
yeah, it
definitely
is.
time.
I love
and
this 30-minute
you know what? I'm
wait
going
time.
first again. Gamble a hundy again.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, my bad, my bad.
I'm not gonna wait.
Oh,
for your
David Pratt
result.
is here. Let's go. Get in on this. You got to get.
All
You're
right,
in.
Pratt, you
Pratt's in.
in?
Pratt's in for
Okay,
sure.
let's go.
He's got to be.
Cool.
So me
I didn't
then.
want anybody to snipe me, so I just went for it.
Perfect. All right, Pratt, you're up.
Oh, 89.
Yeah, I know.
gross.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Squire Roo's
Sorry.
trying to actually gamble a Pratt. No, you got me by 1. Are you kidding? All right, I got to get my 20
Oh
out
man,
of
that's
Pratt.
so sick. I'm sorry for anybody whose eardrums I just wrecked right
Ooh,
there.
Pratt's into me for 10, 20,
I did
20.
not think that was going to work out well for me.
Dude, it shouldn't have. But it's like last week where I needed you to get a 12 and you did.
Yeah,
That was so
exactly.
dirty. Oh, man. All right, all in Bastion here. Going to make the call after John raised it up from the hijack. Limp call from Bastion.
Monotone flop.
Yeah, nobody connecting.
My specialty. I was talking about this with other people, other dealers, and I've decided that some dealers put out paired boards way more often than is statistically expected, and some dealers put out monotone flops way more often than statistically expected. I am the monotone flop dealer.
Gotcha. Do you have one suit
No, it's
or anything? No.
depends on the day, you know.
No.
Changes from day to day. But I find that I do it a lot more than I think I should.
Gotcha. Those wily monotone boards, they will bring out some very interesting hands and plays, that is for sure. Oh, here we go. David Pratt in the chat says, I have to win money off you tonight. It'll make up for having to do a broth bomb on air on Thursday. I did not know that you guys did broth bombs on Thursday.
They did.
So tell us in the chat here, Pratt, what brought on the broth bombs, and
I assume that we
how
could
did
go
you
back and
enjoy it?
listen to it also.
We could. But at the same time, I know I just heard myself go on somebody's device. In any case, it was probably not an enjoyable experience for you. But
Was
I
it related
want
to something that Aaron? You were playing Thursday, right? You played Thursday. Last Thursday.
I did play Thursday.
Was it related? Was it some kind of prop bet about Aaron doing something silly?
Maybe.
I hope it was.
Sparks here flopping top pair, top kicker. That is the best hand. Neither opponent has much, so checks through.
If you want to do cash out, it's fine.
And with another club on board here, Sparks with just pretty much all of the equity. Gonna go ahead and take a little bet of 100 at this, and that'll get the job done. David Pratt said,
40K, yeah.
yeah, if we broke 40K subscribers by next Thursday that he'd do a broth bomb. We did get there, and then he took one. All right. What did you think?
You've done it before, right, Aaron? No? Yes?
The broth bomb?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I was with Steamdola when we first introduced it. Steamdola created it. We shot it, and then
I filmed it. I know that.
Yeah, and then I've done another one or two since then. God knows how or why, but I did.
Seth trying to encourage us to do them right now, unprompted.
I definitely do not want to do
I can't
one.
imagine that
No.
Aaron is going to volunteer himself for that for no good reason.
Like, I'll do one for good reason, but I won't do one just
Right.
like, hey, you want to do a broth bomb? Like, no, I don't. They're awful. They're horrible. I'm not interested. Thank you.
Yeah.
Caitlin here has a not awful and horrible hand at all. She's going to 3-bet to 200 after the initial raise from John. The 4X in position here, a little bit spicy. Chaz here likely just going to fold, is trying to get the order in for the food, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. Is going to go ahead and just fold, and John will follow suit here. Yeah, can't continue with the ace-9, even for 3X. He wasn't coming along. We'll move right along.
All right, we got some VPIP numbers. John leading the way with 58. It's a very small sample size, so I don't know if that's really fair.
Oh yeah, here we go. We got Donnie and David both wondering what is the official ingredients for a broth bomb. Well, that is go to one of the beverage machines here, the free beverage machines here at TCH Austin. Dial yourself up a chicken broth.
Yeah.
You'll get a nice hot, piping hot chicken broth. It's basically like a ramen noodle broth that comes out of the machine.
Yeah,
And
it's
it's lovely.
It's
really.
delicious. I mean, it's not anything gourmet or anything, but it's.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, I think I'm speaking for society when I say it's officially not gourmet, but still, I mean, delicious. And if it's a cold day, you know, it's beautiful. Yeah, but Seth beat me. His roll was 96, but we didn't have money on it, so it doesn't really
Yeah,
matter.
that was an impressive roll, though.
He's just really happy that he outrolled me. So congratulations, Seth.
But yeah, in a
Well
broth
rolled.
bomb is it is a shot of tequila, and then poured into the piping hot cup of chicken broth from the
Yes.
machine.
Yeah.
And then you shoot it whilst it is center of the sun hot, that it just like burns your esophagus all the way down.
Yes.
Yeah,
So
that
it
is a broth bomb.
The lovely combination of chicken broth and tequila, which I've never done this, but I have to imagine.
Wait,
it's
you've
not
never
the
done
most
one?
delicious. No, I'm not doing it
Oh,
unless
good
there's something
God,
on the line here.
we're gonna have to do one. Oh, 2 players with clubs, but clubs not coming. Sparks here with the up and down straight draw, queen high. Makes a straight.
Yeah, wheel gets there.
Amit here is first to act.
The
Has
booze
a
is
pair of
tequila,
twos.
Pratt. It should be, at least.
Amit here should just be checking. Has just the pair of 2s. Oh, he's gonna chat up his opponent. Maybe tell him I have a 4, but I'm gonna check or something. I don't know exactly what it was, but generally that's how people try to get to showdown with.
Stephen
pair of
Tixay
twos.
helping with the TCHLive bingo points.
Oh yeah, nice.
So
If,
just
yeah, if
chiming
you had, hey, could you guys keep talking about poker instead on your bingo card? Then go ahead and put a marker.
We
down.
got Pratt numero dos chiming in. Because, there's 2 Pratts now.
Bet a 375 here from Sparks goes for an overbet, and Amit here, I'm not sure why he's thinking about this. He's trying to get a read on his opponent now. A pair of 2s is nowhere near what you want to have to make a call here. One could certainly convince themselves to call with an ace, but a 2... Amit, though, seemingly a non-believer. This is this would be a stream-induced sort of call, one would assume, because generally I think most people would get to a spot like this never and call. So, yeah, I'm sure he's going to think better of this, but he's got the calling chips cut out.
Yeah, the one thing I will say about, like I said, incredibly nice guy. He's a tanker. So
Oh, okay.
this is kind of just standard for him. I have no idea what he's thinking about, but he will think long and hard about it.
So this is a polarizing bet. So one thing to be said for it is that, yeah, he's going to make the call.
Yeah.
Sparks going to get paid off here by a hand that really shouldn't have. But
Yeah.
the thing is that the overbet is sort of announcing, I either have absolutely nothing or I have
Yeah, I just don't see what he
the
would.
nuts. So even a 2 does beat nothing, but at the
Sure.
same time,
Technically. Unless your
people-
nothing includes a 4, which in Pratt's case it did. Obviously not a
Sparks, yeah.
Probably
So yeah, you could. Okay, so a 2 will beat nothing. So that much is true. But now you've checked one box out of like my opponent has everything, which is a straight, or they have nothing, right? Okay, so my 2 beats nothing. So you've checked one box. Now move on to the next thing, which
There's
is
literally nothing else that the 2 beats there.
yeah. So okay, so now if I'm calling with my 2s, then that means that I'm calling with my 3s, my 5s, my 7s, and my aces. Now you're calling with so many hands that now you have so many calls that your opponent's nothings that you beat are just like basically you're paying off all of his hands when he has it way more often than you should be, just because you're calling with so many more weak hands to
Right.
try to beat his nothing.
Right.
And I don't know, I probably didn't.
That was very confusing. I'm sorry.
Perfect. Yeah, I didn't say that as well as I wanted to, but
I
basically
understood
calling
what you were
that far
saying,
down
but
in your
like-
range is bad.
Yeah. There's a lot of essentially bluffs that he's losing to there.
I don't think there's no reason for Sparks to turn
I'm
pair
not saying
into a bluff.
that he would, but I guess. But I mean, how many hands got that far into that, got to the river there and don't have at minimum a pair?
Yeah, but they just don't bet. So
Exactly,
I
I
feel
guess.
it. Like the bet was all or nothing. Deuces beats nothing. Like I understand it. Like I'm not gonna say that this is just like slam dunk terrible, but I'm gonna say that if you're gonna call with your twos, then that inspires you to call with threes, fives, sevens, and aces, and that's too many hands to call with. That's all I'm gonna
Sure,
say.
sure.
So you should start folding from the bottom of your range and work your way up, and only call with the
I would
strongest
say
parts.
calling with a
you
7
go.
there seems reasonable.
Calling with a 7.
Yeah.
You interact with the 4 a little bit more. I'd prefer to call with an ace, but that's me.
I mean, I'm definitely calling with an ace.
Yeah.
But I think, I'm not saying that, I'm saying a 7 based on what happened up to that point.
Yeah, you could definitely
Seems-
call with a 7. Yeah.
I probably call with a 7 there.
Yeah, an ace and a 7 maybe.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Anything below
Anyways.
that, I think, is you better have a sick soul read on that person to call with
That's
anything
right.
lower than a 7 there.
Yep. Caitlin, not Carolyn, is going to call and close the action here. So we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. Ooh, 10-5 here for TJ. Going to flop
Yeah,
top and
Sparks
bottom
got
pair.
the second not flush draw, though.
Yeah, some chips will be entering the pot between those two players.
Yeah,
and with
no
245 in the middle already, TJ sitting on 655. This could be an all-in moment momentarily. Check, check, check over to Sparks with the king high club flush draw. 1 overcard to the board and some backdoor straight opportunities. Gonna bet 100. John here with unscanned cards. I'm gonna think this one over.
Steven Tixey now wants us to go back to talking about broth bombs.
Actually, probably like a year and a half ago.
Steven, what's up, man?
Downloaded.
Steven will be joining us here in the not-so-distant future. TJ,
Yeah, when's that?
we'll get to that in a second, but TJ here, going to play this one as a call. I absolutely don't think this is the way to play this, because when a 9 of spades peels off, now your hand feels
Yeah.
really not as good. And let's see how he plays this
But
one.
he can't fold. At
Well, he's
any
got a
point in
stacked pot
time,
ratio
yeah.
of 1. He should just be going all in, but instead he's
Yeah.
going to donk lead for 200. Yeah, very curious play here. Sparks, of course, getting a price to continue. The price of a lifetime. He's like, I'm never folding. But raising doesn't make a lot of sense because TJ only has 355 behind. If I'm going to make any money on this hand at all, it's to improve to the best hand
Right.
and somehow John have a hand that will pay me off. Not TJ, right? He's not worried about trying to beat TJ.
Sparks going to break out at the end. He's got king high. No clue what John's holding. TJ still has the 2 pair.
Goes all in, and honestly, TJ is just, I think TJ is just kind of fortunate here that at least one opponent doesn't have him beat. The fact that John is sort of hemming and hawing here sort of indicates that he doesn't have
Yeah.
a hand that is superior to 10-5, right? Like ace 5, whatever, probably would have just like
Would have snapped.
called
yeah.
already.
Yeah.
So
It's 300 more in a pot of not, what, 800?
yeah, 10-9 of diamonds or something would have probably.
I don't think
Snap
there's any
called.
hands that tank here, so that beat TJ. So TJ has the best hand. When John thinks about whether or not to call, I think TJ knows he has the best hand. John may have had an ace-high flush draw that bricked out, and he rivered top pair.
I think he's going to call him off with like Jack 10, honestly.
We'll never know.
We will never know, but yeah, he sort of sees like, oh, yeah. The way that he looked at that does make me think that it was something like a Jack 10. I don't know. I can't quite be sure, but
I
it
think
was
if he
almost
had,
like, wait, can I beat that? No, I can't.
I think Jack 10. Who bet flop?
It checked to the original razor.
Which was
I
Sparks.
Think. He c-bet for 100, and then it was call.
Yeah. I don't know.
Jack 10 makes sense. At the same time, it could just be like, I'm just not sure how he ends up there with an ace, a naked ace, right?
No, I'm saying
So,
like
I
flush
don't
draw
know.
that bricked out. I don't know.
Oh, but then it
like-
would have to have a pair. So like 9
Was
Nine,
it,
eight
if he
of
has
clubs or something.
ace-high club draw, that's what I'm saying. Ace-high
Oh,
club draw that bricked out.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess I'd be surprised that he'd just be check calling.
That actually makes probably just as much sense as the Jack 10. Yeah. Kind of narrowed down to that range. Middling ace. Ace X of clubs
yeah.
and Jack 10.
Yeah.
Anyways, we'll move along as we will never know. Just peeking back into the chat, see if we missed anything here. BMW Driven saying the TCH commentators actually talking about poker. I like it. Hey, you know what? We talk about everything here so that everybody can like it. We talk about poker. We talk about food. We talk about all sorts of random shit. It's awesome. That's what we do here. Squire Roo has an interesting question here. Do broth bombs develop a skin on them if they are left long enough, similar to warm milk? Well,
gross, but no, gross. I'm on that note. I'm gonna let you answer this question, but I'm gonna step out of the room for a second
and go brew
the
broth
idea of warm milk developing a skin. No, I can't do it.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird. The worst thing. Just imagine chewing it and swallow. Carolyn almost vomited. All in Sebastian here, going to go ahead and win this pot with queens up. I do apologize for missing the action on that one, but is going to go ahead and felt a meet on that one. Sorry, we got a little bit wrapped up there, but did have the queens and just a spot where, yeah, chips are going in. He's going to take it down. Got a poll up here in the chat. Have you smashed the like button? I just hit yes because I have. If you haven't had a chance to hit the like button, go hit the like button, come back and hit yes on the poll. We would appreciate it so much. Thank you guys for what you do. You guys are what makes this program the program that it is. And words are hard, but you know what I mean is I appreciate you guys. Thanks for hanging out, helping us out with your contributions by hitting the like button, being subscribed, participating in the chat, just generally all hanging out and having a good time with us. Sean C. says we need to get Joe Rogan to come and play. He lives here in Austin. Yeah, no, that would be awesome. I would love to play with Joe Rogan. So if he wants to come down, anybody knows him personally, reach out, invite him to the show. We would absolutely love to have him. Caitlin, not a believer in the 9 triz. It wasn't hearts, so it's understandable. But we are going to have TJ here limping into bones with the ace-queen off. And, yeah, that's not going to stand. He's going to go ahead and raise this up. And Sparks, who had the 20 on, is going to go ahead and get out of the way. Back over to TJ, who presumably, when limping a hand as strong as king-queen off, is going to go for the limp call. Theater strategy, are there any stakes that Chaz and Bones don't play at? Yeah, I think 1, 2. Peter Cooper here calling in from London. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome. King high board here, so TJ going to outflop Bones once again. Goes for the check call, 125, and Bones is like, are we doing this again? Damn it. I honestly suspect that Bones may just shut this down and be sort of just done with losing to his neighbor. 3 of diamonds here on the end, and Bones now facing this bet of what looks to be like 225 or something. Can't quite see it behind the 3 of diamonds there. Is a wager, and Bones with just the ace high. Front door spades misses. There is a one-liner to a straight, but it's a 4, and Bones isn't going to have a ton of 4s, so just a side fold, like just bemoan your luck side fold here from Bones. It's just about a 200. So the front door spades did miss. Bones doesn't have a spade. That is going to go against him by leading him to make a call here. A light call down with the ace high. It is the best ace high, nut no pair. Just sort of hoping that his opponent has somehow bricked out on spades and that he can beat him. But yeah, no, it's just one of those nights here for Big Daddy Bones. at least so far. But the night is young. We're only an hour into the broadcast, and there you go. Plenty of time ahead to recover and try to make a withdrawal from some of the other opponent's stacks. 5, 5, and 10 on, as it looks that Amit has taken his leave of us. Westfall here, suited 10-8, limp it under the gun. All in Bastion here with ace-jack off in the hijack, gonna limp as well. I definitely think that's a raise, and TJ on the button with king 5 of diamonds gonna limp as well, and looks like we're gonna go 5 ways to a flop as Sparks just checks his action with a hand he'd rather double down with. 5 players to this flop. 10, 9, 5. Rainbow. Westfall here, top pair, 8 kicker, and the best hand at the moment. TJ here, bottom pair with backdoor straight and flush opportunities. I do. Carolyn has rejoined us and brings with her sweet, sweet hydration.
We were talking about hydration, so I figured I would grab some Topo Chicos.
Yeah, but what we really needed were broth bombs.
Yeah, see, I still am going to stick with the whole, I'm not doing that for nothing. So you set the stakes.
Understandable.
And then we'll talk about it.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right. Travis Brown here, is getting a massage at the table just a flex? No, absolutely not. Getting a massage at the table is the nuts, because the licensed massage therapists from Texas Royal Touch are always on hand here at Texas Card House to tune you up here in Austin, get you feeling all loose and limber. I tell you what, I get lots of massages. And
Yeah,
it
me
is,
too,
there's nothing better. Like,
It's-
you're all stiff from sitting in a chair for hours and hours on end, or you slept wrong or something like that, man.
Yeah.
You got to get yourself a massage.
I tried to get Victoria before I texted her and I was like, "Are you coming in today?" But she doesn't get here until 6:15.
Oh, yeah.
I was very bummed about that because I tried to snipe the first spot before 6.
Yeah. No, that is understandable. Victoria is one of the best. And always,
I have a question directed at me from Theater Strategy. Carolyn, who is the best male and female? I'm going to just correct your grammar. Bloggers, in your opinion. Bloggers? Or because I don't read blogs.
I guess probably poker bloggers would be my guess.
Yeah, we're going to narrow this down a little bit. We're going to go with male and female poker vloggers because I'm not reading anybody's written
Not a
blog
big reader.
necessarily.
Okay, gotcha.
Not a poker. I don't even know of any. Do any poker blogs exist?
Probably. I'm gonna
Yeah, I
guess yes.
probably. But do you
like,
read them?
Nope.
No, I don't think so.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah. Neil's back. Whatever.
Sparks wins with ace high, just so we're clear.
Yes.
Continue.
But also we have another TCHLive bingo hit, which is the automatic shuffler question. We'll get to that momentarily. But so I don't actually watch a lot of poker vlogs, to be completely honest. So my go-to poker content that I enjoy the most is Greg Goes All In. Because it's just so much fun. And, you know, he does a lot of these shorts and stuff
Yeah.
that they're funny. And a lot of them are like,
Sure, yeah, because everyone's beginning. Yeah, thanks.
he's put out a couple recently that are like poker personalities at the table that you see, or like things the dealer thinks. And it's just so spot on.
Nice.
So he is my favorite. He's the one that I go out of my way to find to watch his content when it
To
comes
like
out.
make sure you get it. Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, I don't consume very much poker blog content just because there's so much out there. I play this game all the time. I do this show, right? Like, it's just nonstop poker. So, like, when I'm not here, like, either in the booth or on the felt, like, I usually sort of tune out unless I'm
Yeah.
actually, like, studying or looking at, like, content that is helping me to, like, really study a spot or something. And I think most of the vloggers are really just doing entertainment, right? Like, you can
Right.
watch, like, Brad Owen, like, he goes through the hand. He talks through his thought process. That's great. He's a good player. I can, like, see that and appreciate it. But anyways, what I'm saying is that I don't consume a lot of it
And I
myself.
would say, you know, the vlogs that are the most entertaining are the ones that I find to be most appealing to me. So, like I said, Greg Ozolin is my go-to for content, but also,
Yeah, let's get back to this hand really
Yeah.
quick just because Big Daddy Chaz is going to turn top pair and third pair. So 2 pair for Big Daddy Chaz, and that is terrible for him because TJ had flopped top set and checked it as he do. Meat is in here with a gutty as well, but I
Westphal
don't suspect.
folded ace-4 too, so he would have turned top and bottom. So he will eventually be very glad he got out of there.
Yeah. Bet a 180 here from Chaz. This is a little over half pot.
Yeah, TJ
And
should be
TJ
raising.
is always tricky trappy in these spots. He's 100% calling.
I think he should be raising there.
He's in position, and I don't think TJ has an image that is like, I raise with bluffs. So I don't know. But
I
at
guess
this-
if your opponents are going to be fully aware that you are only raising with the Mets, then
Yeah. Well, it's consistent with the strategy, which we've seen him just sort of like playing passive, checking and calling with all hands, whether he has a medium strength hand, a draw, or the stones, right? It's just sort of consistent strategy, and that's how TJ rolls. Big Daddy Chaz is going to bet 375 here, which is just about half pot, a little bit over. And TJ now should be lining up a raise. The only thing to fear at this point is backdoor spade flush.
yeah.
And he has the jack of spades. So he is going to come in for a raise, and I think Chaz now should just... I mean, he hates this, and the price is so small, too. This is...
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
snap
Chaz folds.
folded,
Like,
snap folded.
yeah.
Which is part of the issue with playing so passively and trappy all the time is that as soon as you try and get value, your opponents are just going to fold, you know?
Yeah. Like, Chaz has... Like, let's just think about the strength of his hand. He's got aces and sevens, and he snap folds.
Yeah, no,
I mean, that's
like,
amazing.
didn't think about it for even a second. By the time those chips hit the table, his cards were already in the muck.
You know. Yeah, and this is just, it's a very unique dynamic. It's an interesting dynamic. It can be very challenging and even frustrating to some degree when, we're getting money just flung over at Chaz here. Chaz must have won some sort of prop bet on the side there. But it can be very challenging. It can be frustrating and just sort of like curious to watch the dynamics between the players of various experience levels when they get tangled up in these spots. But fantastic read, obviously, by Chaz there, right? Like some people would be like, "Oh, you got a call with a
I
hand."
just
that's-" No,
want to point out
absolutely
that there was apparently some kind of fart noise at some point.
not. And somebody thought that it was one of us.
That's
yeah.
hilarious. I don't even care. I think it's hilarious and not going to correct anything.
I'm gonna brew up another one.
Yeah, let's go. And then so back to the original question that I was answering before about the best vloggers. Female vloggers, there's not a whole lot of them. I know Pokerface Ash and Lynn. Pokerface Ash, I have played with at the table. Very nice girl. Haven't really watched a whole lot of her content, so I can't say fully what, you know. There was also Marley Cordero, who isn't really doing vlogging anymore. Her vlogs were, I like entertaining, funny content, so she made a lot of funny vlogs when she first started, and that was kind of my jam, so I was a fan of hers. So that that's what I would go with female bloggers. But if there's any that I'm missing that I didn't mention, um, let me know. I
Looks like
guess I should maybe just watch more of them, because I feel like this is a really terrible answer.
Yeah, well, but you're signing yourself up for. Oh, Amit is back. Amit is back, and the food is here. But we also do have a hand developing as we have a fourth bet. That can't be what? Is everyone min clicking? What? How is a 4-bet to 115 even possible? But that's what it says. This must have been just like a tiny open from Caitlin, a min click, and then a fourth bet. In any case, we're 3 ways to a flop. Unsure of how this happened. Maybe the straddles got put in as bets. I'm not exactly sure. But we do have a meet in here with 8-5. He is
Bet and take
winning.
it.
He's winning. Yeah, king, queen, and the ace, jack, or whatever just have to fold, and he takes it down.
Interesting.
Yeah. Looking at the PFRs over here, Westfall has not raised a single hand pre-flop. TJ probably one hand raised pre. And that's sort of indicative of just sort of the way that they play their strategy. Going to be a lot of limping and calling. Some of the other players going to be much more aggressive. Stephen Tixay here in the chat saying that Marley was at his table on day 1 of the Millie Maker. Nice.
Check him out. Check him out. We need a 10-minute break.
And Theater mentioning Ashley Sleeth. It's Sleeth, not Sleuth, but I'm sure that was just an autocorrect sort of situation.
Who's that?
Ashley Sleeth. I mean, I don't know her personally or
okay.
anything, but
Yeah, never
Brian
heard of her,
Watson,
so I guess we'll have to do some research.
yeah. Brian Watson, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team.
Menu.
Yeah, I mean, there's sorry, I just saw.
I mean, I respect
chat,
all
but-
these vloggers out there who are making this content, because
Oh, what the
it's
hell,
a ton
man?
of work. It's not just like easy. You go play poker and then put it on the internet. Like you are constantly filming and editing,
Yeah.
and the expectation is that in order to be successful, you have to be putting out content like multiple times a week and things like that's a ton of work.
It is.
And you have to be at the table playing those hands just to get the enough filmed, enough hands filmed that you have interesting content to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely right. I don't know. I mean, I feel like in some senses, the poker vlog is sort of like atmosphere or community, whatever. It's getting a little bit saturated.
Oh,
right?
I agree.
There's like
Yeah,
a lot of
there's a
people that are
ton.
coming in, right?
I see people who I've never heard of their vlogs. They don't necessarily have a big following or things like that, but they're constantly filming their hands, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I have a vlog. I've been doing it for," and I'm like, "Okay, I mean, cool, good for you. That's fine." But I don't know how you do that. Like, a lot of these people are recreational players who have jobs too. Like, they're like, "Oh yeah, I have a job, and then I play, and then when I go home, I sit at my computer for a couple hours and edit." It's nuts.
Yeah, I mean, and the dream is real, right? Like, to get up to Brad, Andrew, right? Like, get up to these
just
levels.
flops a pair on every board, and everyone else breaks, and he just bets and wins it.
Yeah. Like, there is the possibility for greatness, Rampage or something, right? Like, he's beasting. And so it's like you see that, and you're kind of like, oh, I could become that, and there's something to shoot for. And that's great, right? Like, that's the American dream. Go out there, make something of yourself, and build your dynasty, whatever, from the ground up. Like, do that. And that's awesome. And I don't, like, I'm not going to try to tell anybody they shouldn't, or that, they're never going to make it. It's just the amount of effort that's required, the amount of creativity, the amount of just sheer determination that it takes to really put out a good enough product that people are going to want to consume it. And dealing with the trolls and the downswings and just the negativity, just all of it, right? It's just such a massive
I mean, I do think
endeavor.
it's a very interesting, and if you are a professional player, it is like an extra revenue source that you may not have otherwise considered, and it's an opportunity there. And even if you're not crushing it in the vlog game, then it might still be worth your while to try it out. But regardless, it is an oversaturated market at this point. There are so many that I have never even heard of, let alone watched. But especially for people who play a lot online and stuff like that, I think it's content that they consume en masse, obviously, because there's, if there was no market for it, people wouldn't be jumping on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, maybe
It's
it's
almost,
something
but
that
it's kind
we
of
should be doing, right?
almost too attainable of a goal. Like, it's like anybody can be a poker blogger. Like, you don't have to be good.
Has anybody ever done like a tag team poker vlog? Maybe we should just be poker vlogging
All right.
together. And
It'll
we'll
be
start
based on the
new
chat
thing.
vote.
Drop a deuce. Sorry.
That's what I was going to say. It's
Okay.
fine.
I knew where you were going. I just love saying it. Drop a deuce in the chat if you want to see me and Carolyn start our own poker vlog. We were gonna do a podcast. We could do a poker podcast vlog.
Well,
vlog,
I mean, the thing
vlog.
about podcasts nowadays
pod?
is that you also have to film them and put them on YouTube. So it's essentially,
Perfect.
yeah. So, I mean, if we did that,
And then like I can show my hand and you can just like drag me for it, and then I can drag you for
Yes,
your hand,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that'll be our vlog.
and then we'll just
Vlog.
look at like win-loss
Cast.
for the week. Like, we'll do it once a week. You'll tell me how you played your hand. I'll tell you how I played my hand. And then at the end of it, we'll be like, all right, but who actually won more?
Okay.
Yeah?
Perfect.
That's one tiny little bit of this podcast. Which we
Okay,
now
drop a
have to
deuce
fill.
in the chat if you want to see this, people. Maybe we can make it happen. I mean, you don't have like a kid and a family or anything. Like, you have just so much time, right? Like,
I mean, to be fair, I will say this. If you come to my house, a.k.a. your house, I have an office.
really? Do you have a
Yeah.
computer and good video editing software?
No, we can figure it out.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
I have a
that'll-
computer.
That'll
I have a
fall off.
computer.
Wow.
Yes, I know. We're very fancy.
Some first world shit over here.
But if you
TJ.
came to my house, then I have all the time in the world. I just can't like leave my house that often.
Yeah. TJ here with JJ is going to raise and win from the button. TJ with the JJ. We got a couple of deuces in here. Mark Woods, Danny, 1991. They want to see this.
I mean, it's also, if you really, really don't want to see it, you should put a 1 in the chat.
Yeah, put a 1 in the chat if you really don't want us to do this.
We should start a Kickstarter. Get some money, too.
A shit kicker or something. All right, what do we got going on here? 5, 5, and 10 on. Looks like the 10 has been on for a while. Is it just mandatory now, or are they just sort of leaving it up for... Is the 10 mandatory? Okay, the 10 is just coming out spontaneously. Very good. Raised to 35 here, Big Daddy Chaz with a couple of red sailboats, and John
Interesting.
gonna flat him with 2 queens. This is very much a like, okay, here's another experienced player at the table that's raising. Like, I'm just gonna call. Interesting though.
Yeah. Don't love it, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I feel like you invite a lot of the other players that are just very prone to limping in to getting in there with all sorts of stuff, and
Yeah,
queens
10
are gonna.
calling here and flopping 2 pair, and then, I mean, Westfall, he's got up and down straight draw.
Yeah, Westfall may. Yeah, no, he's probably.
And he
not
has
gonna
every
call
right
this.
to, he's got Jack 9 suited. It's not a garbage hand. Like, he was closing the action. So there's, and then he binks it, and John hits a set.
It does bring in the front door spades, so neither player going to feel too confident. Westfall going to go ahead and donk lead here, though, after check calling the bet of 100 on the flop, and it's only for 200. So John is absolutely going to have to continue here, but his hand has just gone from being really strong as an overpair with no spades in hand, like this is great, to like now my hand is just a bluff catcher with top set.
Yeah. And this is precisely why I don't like that he just slotted 3. Because he's never in this situation if he raises.
Well, maybe not never, but
Alright.
in any case, he's going to play this one as a call. I don't think there's any other play to be made here. 4 of spades on the end, and now this is just
It's
like
check, check.
sketchy for both players. The problem is that this is likely to just go check, check.
I mean, John could turn his hand into a bluff.
Top set,
But
no
I
way.
don't think he should. But he may. I mean, if he does, I think he gets it through.
If he turns it into a bluff here, I would be like
Yeah.
very surprised.
I mean, I'm not saying that he should or that he would.
Yeah, just a really bizarre hand, right? Like super bizarre. Flats the queen
Well, and John
3.
plays these stakes, so I'm really surprised
No, I misplayed
that
free
he
fall.
let that
I was trying to raise it down.
manifest itself, you know?
I agree. It's like trapping with big pairs pre makes so much more sense in a tournament or in a game where 3-betting is so much more frequent, right? Like, because then you can come in for the back raise.
If every hand that goes to a flop is 3-bet minimum, then okay. I guess that makes sense. But that hasn't been this game today.
That is 100% not this game, right? Like,
Yeah.
we have one player that is still, I believe, literally sitting on
0%.
0 PFR.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, they only call. One other player, I think, PFR once, maybe twice now.
But
It's
I don't
just
even know
not
that
happening.
John was planning on a back raise there either.
You don't limp queens to not back raise.
I don't
It's
know.
just not a
I don't
thing.
know.
I don't know, but I don't know anything. That's also been established, so, you know.
The limp flat donk lead show.
There we go. We're getting
This
some
is
good.
all of my least favorite things.
We're getting some really good suggestions, though, for the title of our podcast.
Yeah.
As we go 3 ways to a flop here, 2-tone, ace, 9, 5. Couple of hearts out there for Westfall. Nobody else has much of anything. It's a 7 of diamonds on the turn. Does give Caitlin a gutty. Sparks still sitting on just the king high, which is
Yeah.
best, but
Caitlin's gonna
yeah, take
raise.
a stab here.
Yeah. Well, what Westfall bet $5, so
He picked
Cait-
up a gutty to go with his hearts, and
Yeah.
bet $5.
and 8 high is currently good. Just to put that one out there. 8 high going to be good.
No, Caitlin's not checking, though.
No, of course not. But if it gets to showdown, 8 high is good.
Yeah. And Westfall is going to show it, and she's going to show it right behind. I mean, that's just incredible. And Sparks is laughing his ass off over here. He's just like, this is amazing. And it is amazing stuff. 6 high wins after 8 high
Sparks is
folds.
like, I folded the best hand. And I'm totally okay with this, but I definitely folded the best hand.
Yeah, yeah. That is just amazing. I love this game.
Danny1991 asking how to get in these games. There is a link in the description of this video that will direct you to a form that we'll ask you to fill out. And then once that's been submitted, we will get back to you. And someone will set up a date for you to come play. You let us know when you're available, and we'll let you know when we have a spot. So typically Mondays, we usually have spots. Thursdays are a little bit more limited just because it's slightly more accessible stakes. But if you tell us that you want to play next Monday and you tell us today, tomorrow, next week, we'll lock up a spot for you.
Yeah, we'll get you in. Make sure you let us know as far in advance as you can. We will get you in, though. It is time to
Oh, yeah.
it's time to gamble again. First, peep my points,
Gamble,
and then
gamble.
who won the last one? I believe it was Carolyn. So
It
she gets to
was.
choose the order. Mr.
I'm
Pratt,
going to let you
are
go
you
first,
ready?
Aaron, and then Pratt, and then me. I'll go last.
Okay. I'll fire it off for
If
100.
Yeah, because Pratt's still in the chat, right?
Jedi Master Ted just stole the 43, so I hope I can get better than that.
43,
Ooh, 64. I'll take it. That's
all right.
that's above average.
Pratt, where you at?
Pratt, you're up,
I
buddy.
love that that rhymes.
There's a lot of things that rhyme with Pratt. feel like every time we're like Pratt in the chat, and you know, there's stuff happening with Pratt.
Pratt in a hat
There's a Pratt in a hat,
with a cat.
and he's fat.
All right, well, I told Pratt he was going second, so I'm waiting on him.
Yeah, Pratt, you're up. Taking a look at the likes, we're up to 121. The goal was 175 by 8 o'clock, so we are just
Half
about
hour?
65 short. Nope, 55 short of our goal. If you haven't had an opportunity to hit the like button, you do enjoy what you're seeing. If both of those things are true, please do help us out. Hit the like button. As John waking up with a couple of Judys, a couple of Joshes here.
How many has he even played in?
See what happens.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's just
this was just a limped pot.
yeah, we're literally limped over to the straddle here, and John is going to squeeze now. And TJ in the second straddle with a couple of trays. 110 to see a flop potentially. He seems to be counting out. I mean, this has got to be calling chips, but for some reason he's got raising amount.
Iron by AD, suggesting welcome to Carolyn's house with Aaron. But actually, it's Aaron's house now.
Yeah, welcome to Aaron's house with Carolyn.
Yeah, exactly.
The squeeze, that one's pretty good. Yeah, no, he's like, actually, that's really good. Don't use that. No, I think we might have to. The squeeze is pretty good. Okay, so TJ makes the call. Sparks makes the call. And, yeah, the look on Sparks' face tells us all. He's like, this is what we're doing. We're limping and we're calling.
So Sparks' philosophy on this and how he's playing right now is the same way. Like, when I sit down at a 1-2 table and it's kind of playing this way, like real passive,
But like
and everybody's
folds,
just like
yeah.
limping around. You might get one raise, and then everybody's calling. Like, I'm just like, okay, I guess
right.
this is what we're doing today.
This is what we're doing. Let's see if I can bank a flop. And
Exactly.
Sparks did halfway bank a flop, but with 5 players in this, facing any sort of like, you know, aggression that we may get here, he may find a way out of this. But Sebastian finds a pair of 8s. Sparks finds a pair of 8s, and John is best with the jacks up or kings up, and John checks it over. This is a just absolutely bananas hand. Sparks is going to bet 200 here just to try to pick up the pot right now.
The tank, that's good too. I don't know where Pratt is, so I'm going to gamble.
Yeah, Pratt seems to have bailed out on us.
He didn't even say goodbye. How rude.
How rude. I'm going to presume that he is just like up to the gills.
I don't know what
chalupas right now.
Amit is thinking about. This is real silly, and he's continuing for whatever bonkers reason.
He's gonna raise. He's gonna min click raise with
Oh
the
my God.
4 deuce.
Is he gonna get through? He's gonna get
I
through.
think it is.
Someone in the chat did mention that Amit is not a nit, and that has been made abundantly clear. Love it. I love it.
He gets it through. Does he show the like Omega dirty diaper? I don't know what the 4 deuce off is, but he somehow got a min click check raise through here. That was incredible.
I'm never in my wildest dreams ever trying to make that work.
I don't know if you noticed,
Yeah,
but you rolled a 35, and that doesn't beat a 64. So I'll take that 20. Thank you. I reached over, I grabbed the 20, and Carolyn just looked at me like, wait, what are you doing? And I was like,
No, as soon as you, well, at first I was like, what is going on here? And then I was like, oh yeah, I gambled. I forgot about that.
oh, and I probably lost. Yes. Yes, you did.
I mean, to be 100%, I mean, if I have a king there and I'm a mate, like, I guess that makes sense. Like, that he's check raising there.
Yeah.
I mean, or, like, if he's got a king or, like, a relatively weak king, which makes sense because he limp called, then the check raise makes sense. And you just fold your jacks and you fold your 8s and you just say,
Yeah.
oops.
Yeah.
I guess I just gave you $100. Bye-bye.
Yeah, but I mean that is one of the biggest takeaways from the game of poker is that the way that the game is played, the flow of the game, the interaction, the dynamic between the players.
This hand is bonkers too. I guess it was limp to the flop.
Yeah, yeah. There's 90 bucks in there. Everybody's just limped, and then
All
ace
in
high.
Bastion's betting with his ace high, and he gets better hands to fold, and then that's it.
Yeah. No. So what I was going to say is that when you have such a dramatic difference between the experience and skill level of all the players at the table, you see really weird stuff like this happen.
Yeah.
And when everybody is either just like at the we're just limping and calling, like everybody's strategy is just limping and calling, then that's just what you see. It's just hands down, like everybody's limping and calling. You don't see anything weird about people like folding really strong hands because
Right, and at
people are
showdown
always
and
trapping.
stuff like that, people always have it, and it's just everybody's playing the nuts and nothing else. And
Yeah.
it's actually refreshing to see someone like Emmett sit down and try and pull off these bluffs. And I mean, Aaron's face is.
No, I'm listening. Continue.
It's a change of pace. I don't think I've seen him. He's been in a lot of hands. He hasn't played a lot of premium hands. Just in terms of, something that's a little different than what we see for the most part. We do have a hand developing here, though. Bones has kings. All in Bastion flopped queen high flush draw. Caitlin gonna get out of the way.
Check bet call. Bones here potentially going to run into another nasty spot if his opponent picks up a club at some point in this hand. And as I say that, Bink City Knights right here on the turn. Bones does have a redraw to a higher club flush, and Bastion has checked it over. So Bones will get to check back. 525 in the middle, and it's another club. There it is. Bones going to get back into the lead. Bastion going to check his hand, and he still has the third nuts. He still has the third nut, so he's going to bet 100 into 525. And
Which
Bones is now in this freaking. I mean, he's going to raise, but he's in this stupidest spot where it's like I have to raise, but if I get re-raised, I hate everything about my life. But he is going to raise. He's going to take the
look on it.
375.
The look on Bastion's face says everything, which is like, man, I was good. I was way good. And I guess I have to call you with the third nuts. But I was good on the turn. He just looks if he raises here, it doesn't seem very. It's either an exceptionally good acting job.
No, he's never calling. Yeah, or he's never raising.
Yeah.
And in fact, he's even going to fold, and I think his hand is just too good to fold. But at the same time, yeah, I think he's folding. It's just so true to form, right? It's just we've seen the way that these hands are being played, and yeah, you check when you get the flush. And
Someone calling out that there is 2 straight flush combinations available also. But
well,
thank you
sure,
for
but
clarifying. All right, so Bones has 4th nuts, and All in Bastion has 5th nuts.
oh yeah, no, that we should. If you have on your bingo card that someone is going to call out that we didn't actually say the nuts correctly, then go ahead and put a marker on that as well.
I'm gonna put out a into the universe of TCHLive to our producer David. Let's get a new poll. I don't know what it should be, but let's get a new poll because Gary C is sometimes not wrong, and in this case, our poll questions are relatively boring in that they are literally just did you hit the like button yet? So
Obviously,
I get
with
it.
with an intent there. Hint, hint, wink, wink. As we are coming up on the 8 o'clock hour, we're about T-minus 20 minutes away, and 40 likes away. So, see if you guys can help us out. Alrighty, what do we got going on here? Folds around over to all-in Bastion on the button. He's going to come in for a raise. $20 straddle. He's going to make it 120 to go from the button. Ace 10 suited, and I can't imagine this gets any resistance unless someone really has something. Bones does really have something, and in fact, it's a dominating ace. Ace jack of clubs.
All right. Queen 9-3 rainbow. That is quite disconnected. Queen on the turn. All 4 suits represented on this board now.
Checky on the flop. Check it. Bet of 125. I don't understand the bet here from Bastion. Not sure what it accomplishes. Bones isn't going to fold a better hand and doesn't. Checks over, and now
Yeah.
Bastion gonna. Yeah, now he's gonna just shut it down and probably realize that the 125 didn't need to be put in there to begin with, as his hand just wasn't sort of set up for that.
Right, because if you think your ace high is best, what's the point? I guess equity denial from someone holding.
9 of
Yeah,
hearts or something.
whatever.
Yeah, no,
It's
it's
just
just
anything that's not a pair and loses
or,
to ace
yeah,
high.
whatever it would have been. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, no, it's whatever. Bones wins with the ace jack high. And we've got a dealer change. Sal is going to move on to greener pastures, and we're going to get a new dealer in the box, which means it's time for a $10 PLO. Single board bomb pot. Looks like Tyler taking over the helm.
Timothy Pratt saying he hates when people say nut straight when there's a flush or full house option out there. I understand what you're saying in that the straight is entirely not the nuts, but it is the best straight that you could have in that scenario. So you have the top end of the straight.
Yeah, I mean, I doubt that he
so I think
doesn't get that, but
I think
it's,
that it just helps. It's a quick, easy way to say that. I think people just understand when you say nut straight
It's like a low-grade.
that that you're only talking about the straights, but it's the best straight. That you can have. And
yeah.
that you're not really saying.
It's the nuts.
Yeah.
Got the nuts. Yeah, because, I mean, there are also plenty of times where we'll talk about, like, he's got the nuts, right? Like, why is he tanking or something, right? And you don't actually mean that he has the literal nuts. It's like, but your hand is so strong. Like, your hand is just, like, so far up in the range that it is the effective nuts. It's so strong. It can't possibly be beat most of the time, et cetera, right? And I know that was going to rub people wrong. It's just the way of the world. But anyways, let's look at this hand as Caitlin here is going to make trip fives with a queen kicker. Does have an up and down straight draw as well. Going to go ahead and bet 90, half pot. Going to get called in one spot. Ace of hearts here on the turn does give her the wheel now, as Sebastian
Which
had
is
called
best.
with trip fives and an overpair redraw.
Yeah, but he's limiting his outs by having that overpair, So he doesn't have two. He only has 2 danglers as opposed to having 3 if he just has a 5 and is unpaired.
Yep.
Um,
Wheel is good here as we get to the river. Caitlin going to go ahead and ship this pot, and that's going to chip her up to 3.5K. John sitting on the most.
Gary C., I don't have the authority to create a poll. Otherwise, I would. I put it out to the universe.
Who says nut no
I
pair?
do.
Actually, a lot of people
I
say
say
that.
it on occasion. Stephen Takes A making a good point that we never say nut pair for top. I do occasionally say nut no pair because
It's
just,
fun. It's
Well,
fun.
it's kind of fun, and it just so quickly makes it very clear exactly what you're holding. Like, nut no pair is always one specific hand that you could have.
Yep.
You don't have a flush, you don't have a straight, you don't have a pair. What is the very best hand that you could have? It's one possible comment. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, the suits are irrelevant in it.
Yeah.
But you know, it makes it so that everyone knows what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think that's the point, is you're just trying to find the simplest and easiest terms that are easily understandable by every person sitting at the table.
Yeah. No, I mean, everybody's going to have their own preferences, and that's fine. I mean, it's like people that love the Oxford comma, and other people that don't, and, right? I mean, it just, everybody's got their own take on it. You don't like people saying nut this, nut that, whatever, that's fine. But it's going to keep happening, so get used to it. Sparks here going to go ahead and flop a gutter and the king high flush draw, and he gets there.
Yep. Everybody else drawing dead. Checking it over. John is going to bet his top pair, his nut pair.
Nut pair.
But nut pair also isn't really descriptive enough because does that include over pairs?
Yeah, nut pair would always be aces here.
Yeah, so that's why I think that doesn't work.
Anyways, Sparks bets. Nobody has anything. They fold. I mean, John has something, obviously, but he
has
he
nut
can't
pair.
continue. No, he doesn't. Stop. Now we're going to go down a whole nother freaking rabbit hole. It's not going to be good. All right, we're moving along, people. Moving along. Let's take a look back here. We're at 142 likes. We've got 12 minutes to go. I'm not sure if we're going to make the 175. Just not sure if it's going to happen. If you guys want us to get there, help us out. Hit the like button.
Yeah,
let us
we got
know
11 minutes.
what's going on.
33? Is that what we need? 33?
Something like that.
We can do it. Come on, chat. Make all our dreams come true.
All of them. And then I just need to beat you a few more times, and then I can make all of my Taco Bell dreams come true.
Oh, did you eat your chili? No, probably not.
No, because I ate a sandwich right when I got here, so I'm saving
you knew
room
I was
for the
bringing
chili.
you chili.
I knew that you were bringing me chili after I was already
you
here
already
and had
here.
already eaten
Oh,
my
okay,
sandwich,
just
but I do
Never
very
mind.
much appreciate the chili in advance of eating it.
I poisoned it,
and
so
yeah, I'm
don't-
probably
don't.
gonna die. So you'll get your thanks now, just in case. There's a lot of black cards out there. That could be good for John, who has 8, 7
5,
of
6,
spades.
7, 8 of spades. Yeah, that's kind of the flop you are hoping for if you have 8, 7 of spades.
Westfall here with not much. Should be folding to this bet of 75.
Yeah.
And does.
Yeah.
John wins with 8 high. And is like, man, this hand had so much going on. It's funny when you see a hand like that, you win with 8 high and you almost feel like you lost because
Right,
you're
you're
like,
like, man, I
oh,
really wanted a caller. What the heck?
I could have made a straight, could have made a flush. And then you're like, at the end of the day, I had 8 high. Like, how many times do you just brick that out and then hate what happened, right? Like, just win now and be proud of it, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I think in an ideal world, you want the action on the flop, and then if you brick the turn, you gladly want your opponents to fold.
But you feel like you should be getting, like,
But you
more
should be-
value
like
out of
you
it.
feel like your hand is so strong there, you have so much equity that like you definitely want to call on that flop.
Yeah.
And then, we'll reassess whether you want to call or fold on the turn.
Yeah, and it very rapidly changes
Yes.
from like, oh, please call to, okay, now
You're
I
like,
guess I'd be fine
I
with
guess
you.
I'd check back. I don't know, man.
No, dude,
All of my hopes and dreams are just dead now.
just dead. All right, heads up to this flop. John here going to go ahead and flop the bottom end of the gut shot to Broadway. He was the original raiser. Caitlin just flatting the button. She makes top pair. No kicker. Goes call in position, and her kicker turns into a second pair. John here now, no hope to take this one down at showdown, but he is just going to sort of shut it down with the pair of jacks. Almost a spot, too, where it's like, yes, like that is your board, and you should be able to just sort of range bet even when you have a jack, but oftentimes it really makes more sense to just check the bottom pair there. Because, once again, we have to think about this game from the perspective of when we bet, what are we trying to accomplish? And if you're betting with a jack there, it's like, you want to get called by a weaker hand so that you can get value, or you want a better hand to fold. Is a better hand going to fold for like 65 there? Like, I don't think a queen's going to fold, so probably not. So, right, like as soon as you sort of go down, you make that branch in your decision tree, and you're like, oh, wait, like better hands aren't going to fold, worse hands aren't really going to call. Like, we're done. Okay, there's a club flush draw maybe. But, like, do you want to be trying to extract value from the flush draw with your bottom pair? Probably not.
No.
So, anyways, I prefer checking there. I know a lot of people will say just range bet. Like, ace king high board, like range bet. Okay. Well,
I agree with that. And then you have to recognize the fact that you are betting your bottom pair as a bluff.
well,
am I wrong?
yeah. I don't know. Bluff
If you're
is a weird
range
term.
betting that bottom pair,
It's merged. It's merged,
yeah.
and I don't like merged bets on the flop. Merged bets on the flop are too weird. Because it builds the pot. Merged bets are way better on the turn. Anyways, let's move along. King here on the turn gives Bones top trips. Amit, if he thought he was good on the flop, should think he's good now. But no.
no, didn't think he was.
Yeah, one of those things where it's like you call once to just sort of
But I
see what happens.
disagree with that. Like, if you thought you were good on the flop, like, I mean, could also just be floating there, you know? He could say, I'm probably behind, but I
Want to drill
feel
a four?
compelled to call one bet and see what you do on the turn. And, you know, either I bink a set on the turn or you check, and in both cases, I feel like that's a win for me.
Yeah. Well, that may have been what he was thinking, but I think in terms of a more consistent poker strategy, when the top card on the flop pairs and your opponent has bet the flop and then bets the turn, it makes it very hard. Like, they're going to have very few hands that are actually going to be improved to top trips. And the rest of their hands are just going to be bad. They're just going to be, like, losing to fours a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is, like, something to be said for, like, if you thought, like, fours was a good enough continue, like, the top
I agree.
card
I
pairing
agree.
is actually
Yeah,
good for you to continue.
100%. I agree with that.
Anyway.
But he may have been a little less confident in the
Sure.
where his fours were at.
Yeah, I mean, every player is going to think about the game a little bit differently, and it's, you know, you never want to pigeonhole yourself into like one specific school of thought either. Like, you want to be flexible, you want to be able to adapt to what other people are doing, and try to understand. More than anything, it's about the curiosity, right? Like, we're sitting here in the booth, we get to see all of their cards face up. We're having a conversation about it. I'm going to put in my opinion. You're going to put in yours.
And
We're
this
going to
is
talk
another
about
one
this.
right
but like,
now where I think, you know, Amit is floating with King 10, King High on a Jack High board. He's basically saying, like, I think you're c-betting a lot of flops, and King High could be good. And you either I hit a pair on the turn or hit my gutter on the turn.
yeah.
Which both of those are probably good. And if I don't, maybe you check and I get to see a river and get a free card.
Yeah.
And if you don't check, then I fold.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is understandable. And again, the point I was gonna.
And I can't read his mind, so I don't. Maybe I am entirely wrong. But that is a reasonable thought process to have in that scenario.
Sure.
I think long term, you're calling a lot of flop bets that you otherwise probably shouldn't be calling. Essentially just floating and hoping to either big a gin card or, you know, he's going to min click with Jack 10 suited. TJ sticking it. Amit is actually, he's one of those players who, like, will actually min click. Like, if Westfall makes it 20 there on a 5-5 game, Amit will make it 35 sometimes, which is like a literal min click, which nobody does.
Yeah, well, went for the almost literal min click, then checks this 9-high flop. TJ donks in, says 42, but 42 is not allowed. It's 75. Amit goes for the check call, tries to back his way into something and doesn't. TJ backs his way into 2 pair, bets 125 here on the end, and Amit will finally release his hand, and the pot will get shipped over to TJ. So, yeah, yeah. I'm going to go ahead and leave you in charge here for a moment as I step out, use the restroom. I will be right back.
Stephen Tixay pointing out which I agree with, if you were good before, you're still good now reasoning is theoretically flawed and strategically unsound. I agree with you. I don't have data points to back that up, though, so you should write an essay about it and post it here in the chat.
I blinked and they 3 and out. Damn. Did you notice what they had? Oh, they did a trick play?
Yeah, they got a penalty for that, I guess.
All right, Caitlin opening her ace-king offsuit from the +2. Bones flat calling ace-queen. Westfall sticking around with his 6-5 suited, a hand that I am a fan of, personally. And obviously he has no reason to not think that that's a spot where he should continue. All right, Amit stuck around with his bottom pair. See what happens here. Caitlin's going to bet it again, 265. Basically a pot size bet. Casey going to fold ace-queen there. Top pair second kicker.
Wait, who folded it?
Bones, sorry.
Bones just folded ace-queen?
Yeah. This was a single raised pot. So, I mean, it was a pot-sized bet. I don't know. Amit is drawing to an 8 and only an 8 because his king is dead. He would be losing to a bigger 2-pair there, so. I'm going to let him play his game, though, because I don't know that I have any idea what's going on.
Yeah, 265 here, not an insignificant amount.
No, not at all. I mean,
Nearly full pot.
it was actually an overbets the pot, I believe.
265,
Oh,
not
no,
quite.
no,
It's
no,
almost
not.
full pot,
Yeah,
though.
just under pot.
Yeah. Anyways, does finally release. Caitlin's going to go ahead and take that one down. And Bones does sort of get let off the hook there, as he would have had a hand, probably heads up, would have had to pay off 3 streets. Let's see here. I don't remember exactly when we last gambled, but I feel like
It was 49. So.
Oh, so we don't have. Wait, it
We
was
didn't
49?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. So we have to wait. It was very recently.
No, it certainly wasn't 49. I'm not seeing the rest of our stuff there. Maybe at 39.
Someone is asking about
Maybe
whether or not it's
39.
match the stack. This game is fully uncapped. You can buy in for any amount at any time. So there is no match the stack. It is just straight up uncapped. You want to come in here with 100 grand? Be our guest.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, by all means, please be our guest. Sit down with all your money, and yeah, and splash around.
Blow it up, yo. Show us how you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Show
So
us how you ball.
that's right. In the video description down below, you can go ahead and find the link to the form where you can fill that out. You can let us know what game you want to play. You can come into Austin on Mondays and Thursdays. We also have TCH Live out of Dallas on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. The big game, the 2550, runs on Tuesdays up there in Dallas. The sort of intermittent schedule, mostly like 2-5s and 5-5s and such up there on Wednesdays. Similar to our Thursdays here, the 2-5 match, the stack here from TCH
And
Austin.
then they also do some streams with the next gen gentleman.
Big hand developing here, though. Let's just jump into that really quick as TJ is coming in for a third bet here. And TJ, with his limping and calling strategy, is very much broadcasting to Big Daddy Chaz, I have a hand. And Chaz has number 1. So I honestly could see just like a min click back here from Big Daddy Chaz, or just call and play this one in position.
I think Chaz calls. I think that is... I think that's my approach if I'm in Chaz's spot, in position.
The problem... so say your piece. And then
No, go ahead.
The problem with calling is that there's plenty of potential scare cards that can come out for your opponent.
You could miss value on future streets because his opponent may not call something after he sees a flop.
Yep.
But he would call now.
And
instead, we're just going to raise and then ship it.
Yeah, TJ just stepped in it.
Yeah.
And all the chips in the middle. He's going to need to find a queen. I believe we're just running it one time. That's not a queen. Needs to find one here on the end. And no, it's running kings to complete the board. And aces are going to take this one down.
Yeah. Queens feel so strong pre-flop. And it is, obviously. But I don't know. What did Chaz make it? What did he raise?
He made it 650. So TJ 3-bet to 250. Chaz made it 650.
Yeah, it seems.
I would have maybe gone even just a little bit smaller, but I think it was brilliant, right? And Chaz, I think, understands this. When a player that doesn't raise a lot does put in a third bet pre-flop, they're sort of really telegraphing that they have a strong hand.
Absolutely.
And you want to make sure that as much money gets in so that they can't find a reason to fold after the flop and turn.
If you're sitting on aces or kings there.
Exactly. So, like,
and I mean,
it comes
especially if you're
10,
sitting
9,
on
6
aces
with
because
2
of-
spades, right?
Yeah.
And now, like, okay, pocket queens is great, but now, like, what if he has pocket 10s? What if he has pocket 9s, right? Like, if you just call there, like, you can convince yourself in your mind as, like, a more passive player. They've got a set when they start raising me, right? And then I can find a way out of this hand. You raise them pre-flop, you get more
I
chips
agree,
in the middle.
yeah.
I think it was played perfectly. And just an unfortunate spot there for TJ to run into the aces when he has queens. I mean, that's just a cooler. Let's just be honest. That's a cooler.
Yeah, absolutely. I got it all in pre against aces earlier today. Against a player who I know is very capable of shipping it relatively light. Very simple, except I had jacks instead of queens. But, you know, she was on the short side. And
What did she have?
aces,
a
and I had
gnome?
jacks. What's that?
A midget? A little person?
Petite woman. That's,
It's a funny joke, okay? Some
yeah,
people
I
won't
ran
laugh.
with it, dude.
Thanks.
You're welcome. But, you know, it was, I made it 60. She shipped it for like 200. And I was like, well, you definitely could be doing this with like ace king, ace queen. I've seen you do this with like ace five. Like,
Hell, sometimes people do it with 8s and 7s and stuff
yeah,
to try
exactly.
to
You
win.
could have 9s there. And I know that she's capable of that. So I said, I mean, I can't fold. So, I mean, sometimes you just find yourself in those spots where you're like, I can't fold here.
Yep. We do have ourselves a 3-bet pot here. Sparks taking it up to 400, and all in Bastion here. King 10 offsuit. I mean, this is just a hand that you don't want to continue with. Going to battle with a hand like this, even in position, is just a recipe for disaster. All right. Let's take a look at the chip counts there. Big Daddy Chaz after winning that big one, 7.8K.
Hey, Seth, you want to time out Gary? Oh, I still have a, I have a wrench. What am I doing? I'm going to time out Gary C. We're not going to.
Yeah. Wait, I still don't, right? Do I?
I think you do now.
Do I have a wrench now? How do? Oh, I might have to start. No, I don't. I don't have a wrench. But
Gary
yeah.
C., you've been warned.
Let's see. Let's see if we can gamble. No, it was 39. So
I think
probably
it was 49. I think it was 48
I
or
scrolled back up to
49.
49. It was absolutely not 49. I think it at most it was 39. And I think that's exactly right. It was 39. Yep. Now I remember.
Sure.
So we've got a few minutes to wait, and then we'll get the gamble on. But I think Pratt has left us, so we're just gonna have to talk about poker and stuff. That's what we're gonna do.
Instead of gambling.
Yeah. 4 players into this pot. John, the original raiser from the cutoff 6-5 offsuit. After
Flops the
Amit
best of
limped
it.
into this, and now Sparks and Caitlin come in from the blinds.
John has the best hand here.
Yeah, when you open 6-5 off and then flop top pair, you're like fist pump, let's go, everyone fold now. Amit though, oh, he pump faked for a call, and Sparks of course with 2 overs, and backdoor diamonds is gonna peel, and I said of course like I thought he was gonna fold, and no, he somehow called. 8 of spades here on the turn. I think Sparks just sort of realizing that like this board isn't very good for John, and with the 2 overcards and the backdoor diamonds, like he could find his way into a spot where he could try to win this, but the 8 of spades doesn't do it for him, and he does go for the check fold here on the end.
You don't have a wrench.
No.
And Seth apparently thinks it's funny and is not going to give you one, I guess. So
Cool.
cool.
Cool, bro. Don't need it. We do have a new player sitting down in our 9 seat. I see a rack with some chips in it over there.
Yeah, I think they. Well, I guess this is 5-5, so 500 is the min buy.
500 min buy. Yeah.
I have glasses.
Oh no, I guess it's 1,000.
1K, 1K
I think
min.
we agreed on 1K, so there's not $1,000 in that rack, so they, I assume, have gone to get more chips.
Sounds right. Mosquito
Oh
Josh.
yeah, he's definitely going to get more.
Yeah, he's gonna come and sit down with like 4K.
Yeah.
We got a raise here. Big Daddy Chaz gonna pump this pot up, taking it to 25, and Amit here, who limped in with ace-6 off, is going to limp call. Chaz will play this one in position, flops a club flush draw.
Yeah.
Decent
flop.
He's stuck in the carpet.
And check bet call. Board pairing deuce here on the turn, and Amit might actually just sort of hunker down and
Yeah, I think
call this
Amit
one
is
out.
calling, is going to check all bets.
Yeah, and check. Oh, Big Daddy Chaz is just going to bink it here on the end, which also gives a meat top pair. He's playing the 6 kicker, though. A bet here is a little bit suicidal.
It looks like Chaz bet.
No.
Oh,
Amit
he
is
didn't?
first. Amit is leading here for 35, and he's going to just get called. Chaz recognizing that there's no sense in raising. If his
Yeah,
opponent...
I mean, it has a deuce, a 7. I mean, he's dead. Like, his flush is good, but he's losing to a lot of hands that were check calling him.
Okay, that's what my friend said. I'm getting it.
Absolutely.
Don't talk to me about this.
So solid river there for Chaz. Only got $35 worth of value, but all things considered, he'll take it. Moving right along on to our next hand here. We did reach the 8 o'clock hour, and we're just short of 175. We're at 172 right now. If you are not subscribed to the channel, haven't had an opportunity, please do consider hitting the subscribe button and helping us out, hitting that like button. It does help us out as we try to get this program out to all the other viewers there on the interwebs that haven't had an opportunity to come in, hang out with us here tonight. Amit with the Steam Dola #1, 8 of hearts, 8 of spades. Gonna raise it up to 40 bucks. All in Bastion here, next to well, no, under the gun +2. Makes the call, 10-9 of hearts, and Sparks sneaks his way in here and finds a
Gutter to the straight flush.
pretty favorable flop.
Yeah. Amit is going to still feel pretty good about his hand here, though. And obviously has the best of it at this moment in time. Sparks going to probably not fold, but we'll see what Sebastian does.
All in Bastion makes the call here, which is very curious. I could see for sure if there was at least 1 heart on board, but just 2 overs and a backdoor straight draw is quite unusual. Sparks, of course, getting a price. He's going to make a call and pick up a pair on the turn, which is inferior to the overpair of Amit. Bastion here has nothing.
My question in terms of all in Bastion, like, if a 9 or a 10 hits there, do you think that's going to be good?
Well, yes. I generally would suspect the answer is yes, but when a 9 or a 10 comes, a third of the time it's going to be a diamond, and that's scary.
Right.
So, I don't know. It's a weird hand to play as a float. It's a very weird hand to play as a float.
Agree.
Sparks, of course, has just no reason to fold. I mean, he's got a pair, he's got a straight draw, he's got a flush draw. Like, he can't really bet because his hand doesn't have the right qualities to try to build a pot or deny equity. It's just one of those hands that just kind of needs to call.
Get there,
Yeah, you just need to realize your equity. This is a hand, like, that is one of the things about poker is that if you have substantial equity but not a ton, you need to realize it. If you have none or a lot, like, you either need to bet to build the pot or bet to try to get your opponents to fold. Like, it's the weird middle ground where you have a lot of equity but not all of it, where you just kind of, like, I mean, and the 8s are going to fold here. Amit lets go of the best hand. Sparks is going to win if we get to showdown, and I can't even imagine him folding now. Bastion, though, quickly reaching for chips. He's going to bet 300 into 1.1.
Wow.
And Sparks.
I mean, I think if I'm Sparks, I think I'm never folding a boat here to that size. You know? I don't know. I think I just say, like, if you have a 5 or if you have a pocket pair or if you have a 7, like, whatever. I'm just going to call you.
Well, here's the thing for Sparks.
I guess
right?
I don't know.
Here's
I don't
the
know
thing.
anything today.
Well, so this looks like just such tremendous value. It just looks like
it does.
It wants a call, and at the same time, it's so small. Like, this is what is so tricky about this game. Sparks is a very strong player. He doesn't want to pay someone off who's just like betting the minimum, and you're just like, oh, here, take my money. Oh, he's gonna let it go. See, and this is the thing. Like, he's too good. He's too good for this spot.
It is really
it doesn't make any
hard
sense.
to play this game when you don't understand what your opponent's goals are.
I've done this so many times. Fold it to that, and then they snap it over and just like, aha, gotcha. You're like, you bet 300 there with 10 high?
Yeah. You're
my
lucky I'm
God.
such a nit. Because I should have probably called you.
No, because the strong players, they hate to pay off someone who bets this tiny little amount. Just like, come on, I only want 300 more. Just pay me the 300. You're like, no, I won't do it. And then it's like, oh, shit, you were bluffing.
I made a fold like that today to a bluff in a pretty similar spot, something real silly, where, like, I just had, like, third pair on a board that didn't make any sense for anybody to have anything. And the bet was $12 into like $100 pot. This is at 1-2.
Yeah.
And I just was like, man,
Just
I
not
think I
going to do
should
it.
call.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't care enough to call you here. Also, I was in the pot for like $20. I was like, you know what? Just take my $20. I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, this was obviously a scenario where Sparks actually just has like a hand that in any other scenario is just like a slam dunk call. And he wanted to call, right? Like, he knew he should call, but he just couldn't quite bring himself to pay this guy off when it was just like $300 that just disappears into that guy's hand like so often. Because generally speaking, someone that bets that small is just always got it. In any case, let's move on to this hand as we've got Amit in here with the up and down straight draw 2 overcards. Westfall on a mystery hand.
Yeah.
Small bet here, 1/3 pot from Amit on the turn. Westfall did go for the check call on the flop. Still don't know what he's working with, but has generally been playing a rather passive strategy as well, checking and calling a lot. So wouldn't be surprised at all if we see another check call here, especially for such a small wager. Oh, it's going to be a check raise.
Interesting.
Quick call here from Amit.
Yeah, it's
really
a pretty
needs
small raise.
to see the river.
Amit had made it, I think, 80 or 90, and Kyle made it 205, 210.
And
I
then
don't
he
know.
snap checks this river. I mean, is this just like 8, 9 of hearts all day for Westfall?
Yeah.
And
Checks to try and induce a bluff.
and a meat bets, and Westfall calls. This is such a
Yeah.
bizarre hand, and Jack
5.
five.
Yeah, he was probably checking to try and induce a bluff since everything bricked. I don't know. I guess I don't understand anything.
I don't understand anything. That's for sure.
You know, if he thinks it, or trying to get Amit to bet his ace jack or king jack or whatever, to get paid there, because I think he knows that if he bets, Amit's just folding, right? Like a brick draw is just folding.
Timothy Pratt here says nut king high. That is absolutely right. Betting the nut king
It was
high.
the nut king high, yeah. However, not nut no pair.
Oh my God, I love it. Okay, it's absolutely 100% time for us to gamble.
Okay.
I won the last one. I'm going to make you go first for a hundy.
100 points, not $100, in case the chat is wondering. I'm just gonna get my money out in preparation. Losing.
Ooh, you got an 81. That's pretty good.
All right.
That's pretty good. Can I beat an 81? Question
Yeah.
mark. No, I cannot.
job.
If I dyslexia'd that 19, I could have.
All right. Is that we're even again, right?
Back to even. Back to even. All right, ace high flop here. 4 players still in the pot. We get to a deuce of diamonds here on the end, and the pair of
Good.
queens for
Queens
Bones. Will win at showdown.
Yeah. Again, very interesting dynamic here today. Not the way this typically works out. Westfall going to bet his 6 high and get it through.
Yeah. That is the advantage of being very passive and very just sort of check call-y, whatever, is that when you do bet, you get a lot of credit. So in this spot, right, like Bones literally loses to only an ace or a 4 or backdoor like heart flush draw, right? Like, okay, so
I mean,
I say only, but there's a lot of hands.
There's
But
a number of hands that he loses to, but at the same time, and I guess I was focused on gambling as opposed to paying attention to the action
it happened.
on the flop.
He can take a joke too, so
Because I don't,
he's just fun to play with.
I guess I just don't even know.
We have
Was there a
great
bet
time down in San Antonio, honestly.
after the flop?
No, I just like checked all the way down.
Oh, well then, I mean, at that point, I think you fold anyway.
No, but with a queen, I mean, you chop with every other queen, you beat
Or, I
everything
mean,
that isn't.
or whatever.
But like, I get it. Bones folded, same as Sparks, right? It's like when
I mean,
these
Kyle
couple
could
of
have
guys
literally
bet,
anything
you just
there
fold.
because he had no incentive to fold at any point in time, or he had no, nobody bet. But if you let him just get there with this hand that he's holding right now, which is 7 deuce of hearts.
Oh, Scott here in the chat is saying that there was no queen. So we must have had a board read error.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah, must have had a board read error. We got Ben Miney here in the chat. Hey, what's going on, man? Welcome.
Hi, Ben. Ben has a wrench. You don't.
He does.
Alright, so
I
that
need a
makes you
wrench.
sad.
I need 2 wrenches. Can I get 2 wrenches, please?
2 wrenches or 2 wenches?
You know at the front they have
Both.
the 2 like golf simulators?
At the same
So,
time.
no one really does them. No.
Ben isn't wrenchless. He is
Like a week
wrench
and a half
full.
ago, we brought an Xbox and a Switch, and on one side we had Just Dance with like, the Kinect.
All right, we got ourselves a new deck. We're working with a new deck. It's still Tyler in the box, but it looks like we've
Yeah,
got
I
a new
guess
deck.
so.
And then like 6 people
It's
were
been having
dancing,
some
doing Just
issues or
Dance on the
something.
other one. And we had like 20,
Is
30
Tyler
people
going to
just,
go ahead
like,
and
all
give
at
these
the front.
cards a wash,
It was a lot of
shuffle
fun.
up, and deal our next hand?
Yeah. Yeah. Spent a lot of money on alcohol that night.
I hope they take care of you down there if you bring the party all the time.
Not really. They don't take care of me.
Which I assume
I get
is
zero special
in
treatment.
part due to the fact that there was some kind of misread that last hand.
I mean, honestly, down there though, it's a great deal. I mean, I'm paying $9 an hour. Because
Certainly could be.
by the bulk time,
All right,
and
5-5 and an
so
open to 25 here.
$9 an hour to play down there, so.
Mosquito Josh going to make his presence known as he did sit down with 3.3K in the stack.
Very expensive for me.
And going to open this thing up here, Queen Jack suited. So first hand for Josh, going to come out firing. Finds one customer in Westfall here with the ace deuce of clubs and bangs out a pretty darn good flop for Queen Jack of diamonds.
Yeah, it's very pricey.
Comes in for a small continue, 25 to go. Westfall says, nah, ace high no good.
It's like
I would have traded my ace.
No.
pineapple.
And yeah, he's just going to take that down. Here, looking at the PFR, once again, all in Bastion and Westfall sitting in single digits down there at the bottom. Yeah, you got to eat that. That's, yep.
Green tea.
Always got to eat the worm. All right, Caitlin here going to put the 10 out, and we're going to move along to our next hand. All right, Sparks here first to act. Dirty diaper into the bin. Westfall also has a dirty diaper. I'll let that thing go. Amit just a little bit better, but not much. Is going to limp, though, nonetheless. John here from the small blind should come in for a squeeze after seeing a limper in front. Should take this up to 75, 80, something like that. 65.
Well, I didn't have another
55. Nope, 65. So 55
I see
back
green
to
chips. I see 3 green chips out there, so I don't know what's going on. But.
Yeah, he announced
he announced
65.
it.
He announced 65. And Caitlin here from the straddle, not going to re-squeeze the ace-10 suited, just going to play this one as a call, which is also understandable. John here flops top pair, top kicker, not nut pair, but top pair, top kicker. And a mate who flops bottom pair, absolutely not nut pair, is going to bet 100.
It's the nut low pair.
No, because he doesn't have 4 deuce.
Oh, true story. Now he has a pair and a straight draw.
He's going to bet another 100. And John now might want to think about raising. He played this one tricky trappy, checking the flop. And after this super small bet, 1/4 pot size down bet on the turn, you don't want to lose value. So going for the raise now is certainly in order.
I just want to. Dallas says hello, hello,
Hello.
Ben and everybody in Dallas. And then he said that the production in Austin, they're doing a great job, but it says doing a great job, guys? Question mark. As in that, are you doing a great job? I don't know.
Yeah.
he
Well,
corrected himself.
we're still trying to figure that out as we go. Raised to 275 here in a meet now. He's got to try to figure out what he does. I don't think there's anything other than call.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a pair and a straight draw. Your hand isn't great, but you're getting such a price. Look at this. 175. Pot's going to go up to 950.
Yeah, I think the
You're
call
calling.
is reasonable here now. You know.
Oh, it's a slam dunk call.
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like you.
If your opponent
I got
has
nothing against any of the things that are happening in this hand.
Yeah, if your opponent has literally 5-8, which they shouldn't ever have, but like if they somehow do, you
Then you
can
just
still
lose,
chop.
and that's fine.
Well, you can also still chop. You got 2 outs to a chop, and it's 175 and a 950. I mean, you're getting like 1 to 6, 1 to 7.
And bing.
Bing. And now John is like, I don't know what's going on, but I got to go for value here. Try to get. Oh, he puts Amit all in for his remaining few chips, and Amit just snaps it off like,
I didn't
oh yeah.
realize
I got
how
there.
few chips Amit had behind. I guess, like,
He started the hand with like 600 something. Yeah, he doubled up to 1400.
so I mean, I guess on the turn there, like, I guess you can just call, or if all you have behind is like $50. And
Yeah. I mean, so yeah, the theme of tonight has been limp call into some weird spots and then make the nuts and get paid.
yeah, yeah. That's definitely the style of play that I've seen from him a lot. But also he's, it's kind of maybe it's just because I play at the same table as him on a regular occasion that it's kind of fun to see how often he's just getting in there with nonsense and bluffing with nonsense too. So
Okay.
it's kind of just saying. I'm probably gonna use that against him.
Yeah, Steven here in the chat, I tend to agree. He says, I like how John went about that. I don't think what John did was necessarily like wrong, right? He's
Right,
trying to
I'm
extract
saying the
max
exact same thing
value.
as Steven is that like, if you have that few chips behind John turning the nuts here, or no, not John. Yeah, John turning the nuts. Yeah. If he has that few chips behind, like, are you really gonna just hang on to your last handful of chips?
John checked back the nuts because he didn't know that he had the nuts. John was
well,
checking
he didn't
down.
have the nuts on the river.
But he totally didn't think he had that. The look on his face, he was like, check. You never checked that back.
No, I know.
No, he
But-
checked and then was like about to turn. He heard his opponent say jack high and was about to be like queen high, and was like, oh, I actually have Broadway. I'm certain. I'm almost like dead certain of it.
5-10.
I mean, I think some of these players are just kind of in like the twilight zone. It's like I don't know what's happening. We're just doing it. We're doing it live, and that one kind of just got a little bit crazy. As Westfall is going to min click, or I don't know if these are straddles. I have no idea what's happening. I'm going to be honest. In any case, Amit raises to 50. That much is clear.
They'll think the card readers are off.
Mosquito Josh 3-betting to 200. That much is also clear.
You know the comments are like, oh yeah, the card
Westfall
is off.
folds
Oh, wait,
the
he actually
jack
did that.
10 suited.
I mean, I'm surprised. However, I agree with it 100%. Because I hate that hand. But
No.
I'm the only person who plays poker who doesn't like Jack 10.
Oh no.
And I don't.
Jack 10
I
suited is
can't-
brilliant.
It's the one hand
Friday. Still Friday.
that like people talk about, oh, I hate jacks, I hate ace
So
king.
they have a 1-2-5 game.
And these are arbitrary, like they have arbitrary reasons for whatever.
Also
Or like,
250.
they're like,
Actually,
oh,
for me,
every time I
250.
play it, I never get, like they have ace king. They're like, I always just brick everything. I'm like, yeah, you're misplaying it, but whatever. Yeah, and now he's regretting it, obviously.
As you should too. This is a message from the poker gods telling Carolyn not to despise Jack 10 suited.
I still play it,
That's what this
typically. I
is.
do still play it.
100%. The poker gods have spoken.
To be fair, I typically will play it.
Says the gal that just said, "Oh yeah, no, he folded, cool." No, you would have folded and you would have been regretting it too.
To a 3-bet, I might fold there. I mean, I have Jack high.
Oh no.
I mean, obviously you
Oh no.
are very happy post flop if you're in there, but
Yeah.
I still have Jack high, and he was in last place pre flop. So like,
Jack 10 suited isn't about being in front,
I know,
right?
I know. I get it, Aaron.
not to
I
start
don't
things
need.
off.
I don't need you to lecture me about playing Jack 10.
Listen,
suited,
maybe
okay?
you do. Maybe you
I get it. I understand why people love it. For me personally, I only ever lose with it or to it. It works for everybody else. I see people play it and get there and win lots of money with it, usually against me. So I'm not saying that it doesn't, like, that story doesn't check out. It does check out.
Yeah.
People play it and get paid all the time. I, however,
It just
play it
doesn't
and
work out
lose
for you.
or play against it and lose. And so that's just my personal experience.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, you got to live your own personal experience. That's the only thing we can do. Josh here plays out his personal experience, which is just sort of bet and raise a lot, and then he wins, and certainly does win on this one, as he got the Jack 10 out of there pre, and then also got the Ace Jack out of there post, as Amit sort of hemmed and hawed about doing something with his Ace Jack high, and then did settle on a fold, so Ace 9 high. gets the job done, takes down the pot, and wins. So I do suspect that we're going to see a bit more of that from Mosquito Josh. We always do see him mixing it up, being very aggressive, putting in a lot of bets, and generally speaking, seeing quite a lot of success with that. When you run into some tough spots and sticky opponents, you can obviously have that go tits up. But all in Bastion here, going to raise it up to 50, early middle position with the King 10 off. We've got a meet in here with Mystery Hand, and Big Daddy Chaz is going to fold, so here we go. This is not a $5 call. No, this is 50 to go. So a little bit of technical difficulties here as we're now getting it sorted out. Okay, so we've got John in here with King Jack. We've got Bastion in here, King 10, and a meet with the Mystery Hand.
I
Three ways
got
to go.
a Jack 10 hater in the chat.
Out of curiosity.
I'm so glad you have vindicated me as not the only person who thinks it's the worst. And then he said Jack 9 better. I would rather. Play Jack 9.
It's all well and good. Still 2 players in this hand, as all in Bastion, after checking through on the flop, is going to bet 75 after check 2 on the turn. Once again, a little bit of a strange scenario where it's like King High is going to be good a fair bit of the time, but really doesn't benefit from building the pot. Doesn't benefit a ton from equity denial either. So just sort of an interesting spot to bet, but we've sort of seen this, and I think this is fairly consistent too from players that don't have a ton of experience. It's like there's just a lot of times where you're just in a hand and you're like, I don't know, I'm just gonna bet, right? And it makes sense. Like I remember being there myself. Like it's not a place that I don't understand, and yet when I see it in action now and I'm able to piece together the pieces, it's like, okay, when we're betting, we want to have intention. We want to have some sort of concept about what we're trying to accomplish. And so, I don't know, if Bastion can pick up something from going back and watching this.
Again, we don't know what it has, right?
We don't know what a meat has, but Bastion is betting King 10 here on the turn.
Yeah, which we don't know. Oh, this is the turn?
Well, now we're on to the river.
Oh, okay.
I was commenting on the turn. It's all good. I mean, it's whatever. Like now,
Sorry,
betting for
I was
value
going
here with
back
King
and
High.
reading through
This
some of
should be.
The chat.
Well, this is now targeting a Queen High, which I don't think Queen High is going to call. Does get called anyways. I mean, does call with Queen High or worse. So Bastion plays better than I could even conceive of. I mean, he got paid off there. Like I said, I don't know anything.
Wait, his King High was good?
He value bet King High for 125, got called by a meet, and was.
What did it mean? Have?
We don't know, but it was not as good as King High. I clearly know nothing.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't understand what on earth you could call it there. That loses to King High. I don't know, man.
David Pratt here. Jack 10 is always the second nuts.
Agreed. I always pay people off with it. Never get paid with it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, this is like one of those, and I don't have a lot of like hands where I'm like, oh, I hate like, or superstitions, or like, pet hands that I play that I shouldn't, and things like that. That's not really my style. I usually don't get weird like that. Not like that, anyways. But Jack 10, I just have had shitty experiences with it, and it's just, I still play it. I just don't usually have good luck when I play it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all there is to it.
A meet here with the best hand does have a second pair of nines with the queen kicker. Sparks and Bastion also with pairs, but effective fourth pairs. They're both going to get out of the way. Sorry, one of them out of the way. Bastion here still in the mix with a couple of fives. Ace here on the end. We're going to check to showdown, and the pair of nines is good. So, I don't know. It's interesting because I sort of don't have a like a grasp on like a certain hand combination or anything like that anymore. I remember that I very much did earlier on in my poker experience of like certain hands would sort of stand out to me as like, oh, these are more favorable. These ones, oh, I've had bad experiences, and sort of held on to that as like a vibe that I've kind of been able to maintain. So things like Jack 10 suited or whatever don't just sort of like stick with me as like, oh, I don't know, that one just doesn't work out for me. But I very much remember that was like a reality, right? Like that was the thing that I thought of a lot. There were certain hand combinations that really sort of, I was like, oh shit, I'm seeing this one again. I like this one. For a while, it was like Queen Deuce suited, like, right? Like 9-4 suited, like just the dumbest, weirdest shit. Because like I was just playing bad hands and would win, right? And then it would like lock on to like, oh, like this hand wins.
I mean, so long as when you're playing bad hands and you're winning, it's not just like you're getting it, like you're flat, or you're calling big raises with your garbage hands,
Yeah.
and then getting lucky. Like,
Well, but that's what
you
happens
can play
when you
garbage
start to.
hands and get lucky, and that's not bad play.
I mean, quads here. Quad alert for Josh. A meet in here with the ace high, and to quote Stephen Tixay, if he thought he was good on the flop, he's probably good on the turn.
And he will call.
Yeah, check calls, another 100, and 9 of diamonds here on the end. 3/8 with the ace queen here for a meet. Gonna check one final time on the river. Let's see how big Josh goes for value now.
Yeah.
You really should be targeting a full house. Yeah, he goes for full pot, and I like this.
Well, especially after Amit showed down a hand that lost to king high.
Sure, of course. Hit him hard.
You're not just targeting full houses anymore, obviously.
Past several years, I've only gone.
You are targeting,
Ace high, why not?
yeah, whatever.
If you have 2 cards over there, I'm going to bet full pot and see if you call with them. Don't really matter. Yeah, Steven, I know you're trolling me. Absolutely. No, I know you're trolling me. I was reverse trolling you. Amit, though, in the tank here. I mean, ace high is not a bad hand here. It just only beats like full stone air, like front door spades that bricked out.
I mean,
10 jack
realistically,
is
like, let's
a
be
straight,
clear
so
here.
a bluff got there.
Ace high on this board. When Josh is betting all 3 streets,
Oh, I'm not saying it's good.
is air. The ace high is air.
No, it's not. It's a bluff catcher. Let's be honest. There's a front door spade draw, which like, okay, you bet your 9. No, you're there aren't very many. All of this front
I mean,
door
I
spade
think
draws.
you show the 7. I think Amit.
Oh, he
should-
showed it. Oh my
Yeah, should
god.
just snap fold then.
Yes, snap fold.
Okay.
There it is. Yeah, I get it. He's trying to induce a call by being like, look, I have such a bad card. But it actually telegraphs that he has the 8 of diamonds. 7 of diamonds doesn't pair with many other cards that would bet anything. Yeah, no, I love it.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, and especially when you can look at the board and be like, oh, the missing 8 is the 8 of diamonds.
Mm-hmm. And you showed me the 7 of diamonds?
Yeah, I guess I fold.
Oh, boy. All right, 5-5. And no straddle. Moving on. As, ooh, after this hand, it's time to gamble again.
Josh D asking what the yellow chip. They're literally just all-in buttons. They're not chips. They're buttons. They just say all-in on one side and call on the other. There's nothing else.
Bones here going to raise to 20. Sparks going to squeeze and just take it down. Bones just shuts it down instantly with the KJ. And I mean, this is
I
a
think
thing.
Bones probably just doesn't want to get mixed up with Sparks at all.
Oh, there's no reason to, right?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Out of position, strong player who's going to apply maximum aggression. Yeah, you just don't have to.
Yeah, I
Understand.
mean, I think, when you sit down at the table, you have a tendency to look at people who are sitting there and say, man, those are the chips I want.
Yep. Okay, we are at gamble time, and Pratt is ready. Yeah.
I thought we gambled at like 19.
No, it's at 39. Or it was at
19 means
It was-
we have to wait till.
Oh, 49. Sorry, I was doing 39. Sorry. You're right. You're right. All right, Pratt, hold your horses. Buckle your seatbelt. We got to wait another 10 minutes. Josh here with a couple of Joshes. Gonna raise it up to 50. Caitlin with the suited connectors. Gonna make the call. Bones also calling. Sparks also calling. Amit should be calling. Everyone should call. Let's see a flop. 18 ways. Can I call? Nope.
Oh, raising.
Amit raising.
No idea what he has.
Gonna go with 9-3 of hearts. John folds the king jack of hearts.
All right. Mow the cat. I am not pushing voodoo or any kind of illogical things. I just said, personally, I have not had good experiences playing Jack 10 suited. That's it. That's all I said. You know when you look down at a hand and you're like, man, I should be really happy about what I'm looking down at right now. But like, I just, you know, I'm gonna play it. But I have a feeling I'm gonna lose. You know, this is what happens.
Yeah. So I mean,
And-
I'm gonna throw you a bone, which is that, like, we're all human beings and we all experience the game differently. We're not freaking robots, right? Like
Again,
the
but,
ask.
like I'm still playing the hand when it's appropriate to play the hand.
Yeah, but you don't like it. You already have a
Yeah.
predisposition towards like
And I might
wanting to
play it
fold it,
differently.
right? Because you
Yeah.
feel like you're going to lose with it. So, I mean, there's something to
But
that.
I keep giving it a chance to redeem itself by playing it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like a human who needs to be redeemed in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, but I'm going to play it when it's appropriate, and that's it.
Yeah.
And I'm going to play it the way that I feel like it should be played in those scenarios. Maybe slightly more passively than someone who really loves Jack 10 suited would play it.
Certainly
Okay.
sure of that. John here does still have the best hand with just king high. With the pre-flop lead, is going to just go ahead and bet out here with 2 overs. And Caitlin calling out of the straddle.
Caitlin could have.
This is very check raisable.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
This
If
is
I'm
her.
Caitlin there, I'm check raising.
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's my board.
her
Or
worst.
it's not even a check raise, it's just a raising position.
It's her worst combo besides the weird gut shots that were in between the deuce and the deuce and the 6.
It wasn't. It was. What she have?
She had 6-5, and it was
7-9 deuce.
7-9 deuce. So sorry, between the 7 and the deuce. So okay, so there weren't any gut shots down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So no, that was literally her worst combo.
Sure.
The worst combo that had some equity. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, oftentimes the concept is if you're gonna continue for a check raise, you want to mix in like.
Well,
your-
she's in position in this scenario too. It was small blind versus straddle. She was.
All right, I'll just shut up. Yeah, never mind. It would. Yeah, she could have continued, but she didn't. Okay, on to the next one.
Good try.
Couple of players with ace king off suit here. Josh obviously raising from the big blind. Small squeeze though. Josh here not squeezing this to a large enough size to really go for it. And Amit, after limping, is going to back raise jam this.
That makes sense.
Josh, of course, is going to call. We're going to fire these 2 ace kings into each other and see if somebody can cooler the other one on a flush. Oh, free roll over as the spades will miss.
Twice.
Oh, neither player had a spade. Never mind. Diamonds, diamonds. No diamond. Chop it up. Stephen Tixay trying to gamble a urine sample. I'm not sure how valuable those are unless you're clean. If you are, then hit me up, bro.
Pat, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Countdown.
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Because it was at 19 and it's 45.
I see 47.
Your clock is,
It says 46.
yeah,
Why
it's
are
not
the clocks
47.
different?
Because your computer has clearly got AIDS.
It's not my computer, but
One of my vendors.
Whatever it is,
you're
Pat.
probably right.
Is it a-
Josh, you want to nip with me and
wait, what?
This computer belongs to Texas Cardinals.
Beer since it is mine, huh?
But yeah.
Caitlin, I'll take some.
Do you take that thing home?
No.
Where can I get one of those?
Right here. It's right
Right
here
there?
on this desk right now.
Here, let me see that real quick.
What are you gonna do with it?
Throw it against the wall really hard. No, I don't know. It's broken. Clock doesn't even work.
It's garbage now. Just throw it away.
It's just, it
The
can't
clock is
even
wrong,
tell
so-
time. How good of a computer
It's-
is it?
It's completely worthless.
We have a lot of limping and now Bones coming in for a squeeze, and I love this. Bones is going to 11x it. No, just a 10x. He's going to 10x this to be like, listen, I'm tired of losing to the whacked out limp call garbage that y'all have. I have a real hand. Somebody only call with something decent that I can beat, and nobody calls, so he wins, and that's good.
I wanted to see a flop.
We're not letting you have.
We were flipping.
I mean, Pratt is
Mine's got a lot of random shit in it, but
is itching to gamble, but like to be fair, David,
It's chunky peanut butter.
where were you when we gambled last time? We were MIA. We were
Yeah, I
waiting
don't know.
for
That
you,
was a long
so,
trip to the restroom without your phone, bruh.
So,
Stephen Tixay here says, signing off to pack for his flight to Texas tomorrow morning. See you fish soon. So, all right, so Mr. Tixay is going to be in Texas tomorrow, he says, but not in Austin until a little bit later, if I'm not mistaken. In any case, looking forward to seeing you, buddy. Fly safe, travel safe. We'll see you soon.
ditto.
Big Daddy Chaz, suited Queen 10, going to raise it up. John will call from the cutoff, play this one in position, and Bones now with several strong players already in the pot. Just going to make the call out of the big blind, play a strong hand out of position. It's nice to be able to balance your flatting range from the blinds with some really strong hands like Ace-Queen suited. I particularly like Ace-Queen and Ace-Queen off and Ace-Queen suited because they are dominated far less often.
a hell of an aftertaste.
Wait
if
a
you
second.
Trying to figure out what
Chaz just won that hand?
Oh, he didn't actually have Ace-Queen suited. We must have had a card read error.
I would have bought, but I was given it.
That always happens between the 1, the 2, and the 9-10 seats, just because the scanners are within the pitching angle of the dealer. So happens on occasion. Bones did not just fold top pair queen kicker. Didn't happen. I was going to say though that I don't mind flatting hands like that from the blinds because you allow your opponent's weaker aces to continue, and you can cooler them. Whereas if you 3-bet, they're oftentimes going to fold. They're like ace 10, ace 9, ace 8 type holdings, and only call with like ace queen, ace king, right? And like you either lose chop with the ones that call your 3-bets, or if you just call their opens, especially from out of position where you have just like a really strong sort of trappy hand, then you can cooler their ace jacks and their ace 10s. They're actually like feeling confident, betting for value, and then actually just owning themselves. Anyways, that whole hand was just garbage because it didn't really happen that way. But we're checking and checking and checking, and got a 3 of
Who has the
diamonds
best
here.
hand?
And say what?
Oh, 6. A6.
Yeah, John's going to win, and no one
Had
else
the
has
best
any.
hand the whole way without anybody having even remotely close to anything.
Yeah, 10 high was literally the best.
Going around to the guy,
Bets and wins, and we
No,
move
he had a
along.
6 on the flop.
He was drinking the.
Yeah, no, the
Oh,
best
second best.
other
Second best.
hand.
Okay.
Best other hand.
Okay.
That guy came to Rounders and played a Rounders once. And his
Okay, so we have an opportunity to gamble. Let's go. You pick. Who's going first?
And they literally had one shot. left, and he was pissed about it. But that guy played. With
I'm
us
gonna
for
stick with
Rounders
what.
Worked
I know.
last
I'm
time.
gonna. All right, Pratt, you go first. Then. No, right. Pratt, I'm changing everything. Pratt goes first.
Then who's second?
You.
Pratt, me, Carolyn. All right, Pratt, you're up.
He wasn't going to be there, and then I was going to have to drive like 3 hours round trip.
Yeah, we kind of picked up that when Diki's not there, Moses is there.
Like, I want to play, but like, the game, it's just like the game gets small. I like a lot.
Yeah. No, I get it.
Raise and take it here. We move on to the next one. Mr. Pratt, it is your time to shine. Fire off a wager. Oh, David Pratt is locked in. Time for me to go in, and now you can as well.
No, I haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen her or talked to her.
95? How the hell are we going to beat that?
Oh, shit.
Other than that, I haven't seen her.
66 for me. Not bad. Not
100.
bad.
Let's go.
Are you kidding me? You just rolled a 100. Oh, no. I thought you saw your roll before me.
No, I'm willing it into
I think he's
existence.
gonna get his game.
That would have been sick nasty. Ooh, 18 pay up. All right, you pay me, I pay Pratt. Damn it. All right, Pratt and I are back to even.
Is it Friday?
For what?
Tuesday?
Yeah, Fridays.
3 players.
Fridays 4.
All right. 8s versus 9-6 suited versus 10s. All in Bastion flopping a flush draw. Josh's hand is still best at the moment.
They do have the Annie rating.
Yeah, I did.
That was another reason I stopped coming.
Mr. Pratt here in the chat says that he hears us 30 to 45 seconds after we say what we say, but
I
the
thought
chat
it
is
was only
immediate.
I thought it was only like 20 seconds.
Damn, I didn't know there was that much delay. That's a lot. Josh here gonna hold. Fades the clubs
Yeah.
and the 8.
Yeah,
Okay.
nobody else tried to make any moves at it or anything, so.
Bastion here picks up a pair on the river and decides to bet it for 175, and that's going to get the job done. So far, Amit, though, actually with a superior hand, and
Fighting like crushers.
if he magically finds a call, he will win at showdown. With a pair
It's
of
definitely not
eights.
out of the question.
He gets like requests.
The strangest thing here is that All in Bastion went for a check on the flop, a call, a check call, and Amit does make the call. Yeah, betting the 6 is just sort of really
And
strange.
Josh was like, what?
Yeah, no,
What are you guys
Josh
doing?
sort of can't believe his life, but
He's like, you rivered like a hand that maybe doesn't lose, but probably does. Why would you bet it?
yeah, no, we've seen some very consistent things from a couple of the players here, which is like get to a spot and just like, I don't know, bet. And the I don't know bet is a thing that
You and
isn't a recipe for long-term success. So,
Or short-term success, I don't think.
well, no, certainly. Well, no, short-term success it can work because you got 10s to fold, right? If 8s folds too, then it's just like brilliant. But like it's not
Right,
going
and
to work
then
in the
he
long
continue-
run.
And it reinforces that. It's that, he's like, well, it worked that time. I
Yeah,
was
but
betting with the worst hand, and I got it through, and I won.
yeah, but my point here isn't necessarily to highlight the
he was playing 1-2-5
specifics
every
of
day.
that hand as much as like if Sebastian goes back to watch the hand is to think more about like
Sure, but
when
let's say in another scenario, and I know I just cut you off. All I'm saying is like if he didn't go back to watch it, or if it wasn't on stream and he did that and it worked for him, it's just it reinforcing that move in that it's worked for him before. So, despite the fact that he has no idea why he's doing it,
I mean potentially anyways,
if he wins
right?
the
I
pot,
mean,
he's like, I'm just gonna keep doing this.
yeah.
The game rules. He licks the game rules. If he stands still for like 4 trips, he licks the
I think that's how people's brains work in a lot of cases. Same reason why I don't like Jack 10. I keep playing it and I keep freaking losing with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Bones here gonna play pocket 10s though, and try not to lose with it. Sparks gonna find his way in there with a flat call, ace deuce of spades. Certainly in a lineup where there's a lot more 3-betting and such going on. I think the ace deuce suited is just gonna be a slam dunk raise. But figures that there's not gonna be enough of this 3-betting like that we're seeing from All in Bastion to warrant just a call. Just try to get into a flop. Oftentimes going to get to play this one in position from the hijack. It's not going to work out this way
Kristen,
this time.
in the near future, can you just get me a shot of the VPIP and the cumulative winnings? Okay, shortly. Okay, thank you. Shout out to Kristen,
Fucking whiskey.
pushing the buttons tonight.
Aftertaste.
Pushing the
Doing an
button.
excellent
It's
job.
like mini burp. And like
Bones makes the call here after being the initial raiser to 35. Does have a couple of 10s. Favorable flop here for Bones. 7 high, a couple of hearts. Does have a heart in hand. All in Bastion going to lead for half pot, 300 here. And Bones, yeah, this is a slam dunk call. 5 of spades here on the turn. Absolute beauty. Obviously, when Bastion continues on the turn, though, Bones has got to be a little bit concerned that he's getting coolered. But at the same time, this is once again a half-pot bet. And you just can't fold 10s. Like, Bones has already run into it a few times tonight. And if Bones does fold here, I'm going to chalk it up to the fact that he has been sort of running bad against some of the players that have been playing a little bit off kilter or a little bit out of the ordinary for the games that he's used to playing. But I do think that this is just a slam dunk call. If your opponent bets the river, maybe you can get away from it. But I think that you have to call here. Bones is a really sharp player. He does recognize that a lot of the time when his opponent goes barrel on this sort of connected board, that it's going to be an overpair and he's going to let it go. I'm not going to say that, like, Bones, like, what are you doing? It's like, I feel you, man. I feel you. That's just the way your night has been going, and it kind of feels like you're just about to pay off another big one. The players that typically go sort of limp collie as a standard and then all of a sudden start betting, you're going to let them get away with some stuff sometimes. It's just going to happen. It's just going to happen. Well played there, Sebastian. Gets that one done with the ace high. Guarantee you that if that was me over there, Bones is going to go ahead and call me down to the river,
For sure.
whatever it
Yeah.
is, and once again, make the call, no matter what I wager. We've got some limping, we've got some small raising, we've got some calling, some folding, some more calling, and it appears that we are going to go 3 ways to a flop with 3 hands in play. All spades, Josh just drilled a king-high flush draw pre-flop that is now a flush, and the draw is no longer part of the equation. Checky, a meet here, flops top pair, and could convince himself that he should bet large because it's, nope,
turn two
I
pair,
don't know what I'm talking about, but turn 2 pair, now you can bet.
Now he has outs.
Yeah. Yup. It's hard for me to call the action. I will say that it's hard for me to call the action when I don't know how to think like some of the players are thinking, because the expectations of like how to approach different spots is just not sort of what's going through their minds, right? Like, it's going through my mind, it's going through certain minds, but it's not going through theirs. And it's always important. Yeah, like this just goes like check somehow, which is just like bananas. Josh wins. What am I trying to say? It's challenging because the main focus of any commentator or viewer, I think in general, is to try to be curious. It's to try to be, to have intention about trying to understand what the players are doing, what their thought process is. What are they trying to do? How are they feeling? What are they going through in the moment? Because it's one thing to just go through and just talk like a robot of like, this is what they should do from a game theory standpoint, blah, 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 right? Like there's value to that. There's absolutely value to that. To many of us, that is tremendously exciting and interesting, right? And then for so many other people and for a lot of players, it's like, dude, this is just crazy, and I'm here, and I'm in this moment, and I've got thousands of dollars, and I have this hand, and I don't know what to do, and I don't know what he has, and like I'm gonna bet, or I'm gonna do this, or I'm gonna do that, and you know, it's like, it's so fascinating to see how different people play this game. It's fascinating to see and try to understand, try to wrap my head that thinks about the game from one certain perspective around how someone else would play the game so wildly different. And anyways, I just hope that we can all do that together and enjoy the game and have fun and just do what we do.
You know what? Parlay that. I won't be sad when I lose because it'll be more unlikely.
I'm going to go ahead and check my points because I know we've got plenty of time until our next gamble. We're going to get, what are we going to get? We're going to get one more gamble at, yeah, we're going to get one more at like 1/4 the hour, and then we're going to get another one right before the stream ends. So I think we've got 2 more, which is pretty exciting. Another reminder to anyone who is not subscribed to the channel, do make sure that you are subscribed. That's how you earn your TCHLive loyalty points. You can participate in all of the fun shenanigans here in the chat. You can see everybody else gambling and checking their points and such. That's how you get involved. We've got ourselves a check and a bet here, as Bones was the pre-flop aggressor. Sparks just making the call. And Sparks going to go ahead and drill the nuts here on the turn. Complete doogie board. Sparks has a hand that literally cannot lose. Except to, okay, I take it back. A queen would lose to Bones. But nope, that's going to be a check bet and a fold. Right there you have it. Mr. David Pratt up to 486 TCHLive loyalty points. That's plenty of gambling right there, I tell you what. He may not need to put in a super chat to earn more TCHLive loyalty points, but he could, and so could you, if you'd like to trip? Words are hard. If you'd like to tip myself, Miss Carolyn, Miss Kristen, pushing the buttons, running the show, drop us a super chat. We will give you a special shout out, and we'd be so happy for you to contribute to our Taco Bell fund. 197 likes on the like counter. If you haven't hit the like button and you'd like to, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, moving along here, we've got John going to go ahead and squeeze from the cutoff, raise it up to 50 here after Sebastian limped the hijack. Back over to all in Bastion, and yeah, if you limp a hand like this, you're always calling. So here we go, limp call once again. 2 hands heads up. John in position with the pre-flop lead. Queen, queen, 6 should be check, bet, and fold, if I'm not mistaken.
You are. I'm gonna just go ahead and say you are. I think he calls.
Absolutely mistaken. Check, bet, call. 7 here on the turn. John picks up a pair. Tell me what's going to happen.
Check, bet. Probably fold now.
What's this probably nonsense?
I mean, that's my guess. No. I mean, you can put that in the books. Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Oh, now you're wrong. Your turn to be wrong.
Raise.
It's a check raise. It's a check raise. All in Bastion, pulling out all the stops here.
And I mean, sure.
I'll understand if John folds, but he shouldn't, because now there's 2 flush draws. And if you give your opponent any opportunity, he's just going to fold. And I understand it. I do. I get it. The limp call players just don't bluff often enough. And so the fact that his opponent is doing this with ace high, it's like you just give it to him. He just gets one. But at the same
time. But to be fair, like, I think these limp call players have also, like, as much as I am not a fan of that play style, and I don't think that long term it is going to win you the most money, these particular limp call players have not been afraid to bluff, too. Because I think a lot of limp call players are just limp calling until they hit.
Yeah.
And
credit to
only playing the nuts.
Yeah, credit to Sebastian. Picking paired boards like this is a good time to bluff because it's just so hard for your opponent to have it. They either have like the super goods or they don't have anything, just like you, right? So like if you're gonna bluff, like pick a paired board or a monotone board, right?
Yeah.
Like pick a board where it's like really hard to have it, so that like you're bluffing so infrequently. You just like, I never bluff, but when I do bluff, I do it in a spot where it's like you probably don't have it, and like I can get it through, because not only do I look tight as fuck, but it's really hard for you to have it. So, yeah, if you're going to bluff, throw one in right, on a paired board or a monotone board. Yeah, go for it. Good job. Sebastian is doing that well. Absolutely. Ace-high board here. Bastion has top pair. Josh bricks out the gutty on the turn and just ditches it. And I'm going to run off to the restroom, and I'll be right back.
I'll be here. Hanging out with you fine folks here in chat. While Aaron's gone. I don't know. You guys can or just talk smack about Aaron or whatever you want to do. So, all right, let's not go crazy.
Last time I was at the live, we came to the same moment. And he,
Oh yeah, I do have a wrench, so
I
watch
told him to hate,
yourselves.
he tells me to hate.
John is going to open ace jack off from +2. Josh in there with king queen.
Needs 4 hours, dude.
Sparks kind of wants to play the 7 deuce game just for the good of the game, but Amit not going to fold his pocket eights.
You what?
Eights have been a popular pair tonight. Ace, 9, 3, 2 clubs. John flops top pair. Jack kicker. Josh gonna get out of the way. Amit gonna float this flop again. I think it's just kind of his style. Is that he's willing to pay a flop bet to see a turn and hope to hit a miracle card. And when he doesn't, he'll let it go. Oh, someone said my mic is low. Sorry. Can you hear me now? Vic Wong saying, I think you know more than A. I'm going to just assume that you mean Aaron by that, and I'm going to take that as a compliment, but you might mean you might have just like cut off the rest of your sentence, and it was really, I think you know more than a rock or something like that, and that is also true, so that's fine. All right. John raised 4-3 of diamonds, made it 25. Bone's going to call with his pocket fives. Amit, I assume, is, nope, gonna min-raise. Well, not min-raise, but make it 50. Because that's how we do things.
That's how we roll up in
This
her.
is the style tonight. It's going to be the
3-bet to $50. John calls. Doesn't want to see diamonds.
I was trying to. I'm glad someone else did.
Yeah, his straight flush is dead, so he definitely doesn't want to see diamonds. Pair of sixes is now
The nizzles.
ahead. Yeah, see, this is where I would say, I was going to say the nuts, but then I was like, somebody's going to get mad at me for saying that.
It's the third. It's the nut. It's now the nut pair of sixes.
It is the nut one pair, so long as that pair is a 6. Oh, now it's 2 pair.
Oh my God. Ridiculous. Joshua Blackburn, thank you very much for subscribing. Welcome to the team, man. Appreciate you joining us.
Now that you've subscribed, check them points, peep them points,
Peep your points.
and give this stream a like, so long as you don't hate it. And if you hate it, then, like, I'm sorry.
We do what we can here on TCH Live, here out of TCH Austin, where you can come on down, hang out with us, and just get all kinds of sweet deals. We've got free rolls throughout the week. We got a free roll on Wednesday. We got a PLO free roll on Friday.
And if you want to just come hang out with us, tomorrow I will be here every Tuesday, all day.
Tuesdays are good days.
Tuesdays are half price, so you can pay $6 an hour to come play some cards. New members get a free month. If you refer a friend, you get a free month, and or your friend gets a free month, and you will get $30 in rewards that can be used towards membership or time or merchandise. But I will be here all day. I will be slinging cards.
And I will be here from 2 p.m. onwards playing the 5:10
All right,
Tuesday
to be fair, I will
game.
be here from 2 p.m. onwards also because that's when I start. But,
Okay, very good. Well, we'll be firing up the 5:10 game here out of TCH Austin, the weekly 5:10 here at TCH Austin, starting at 2 p.m. So if you're interested in getting in on the action, come on down, hang out with us. And if you can't make it this week, do let us know. Check us out on Poker Atlas. You can subscribe to Poker Atlas. Geez, words are just so hard right now. Get yourself signed up for Poker Atlas. Then you can find TCH Austin on there and sign up for not only the Tuesday 5:10 game, but all of our other
and
games.
if you're
as
on
well.
Poker Atlas and you just so happen to have played at Texas Card House in the past and you had a great experience, I am personally requesting that you take a couple minutes and leave us a review on there too. This particular location has not been on Poker Atlas for all that long, so we're kind of lacking in the reviews category. Get in there, give us your feedback, so long as it's 5 stars. Otherwise, no, just don't do it. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. We want honest feedback all the time. But yeah, we just don't have many reviews on there because we haven't been on Poker Atlas for that long.
But for that, not having to go inside the customer's
Joshua D. letting us know he just got a CPAP to sleep. Thank you for sharing that information.
That's
I hope
interesting.
that it really helps with your sleep apnea because sleep apnea is a real thing and it has a major impact on people's lives day to day. And I hope that you are able to finally sleep well.
Yeah, I do think for sure that the person that invents a CPAP replacement that isn't chemical is going to make a lot of money.
Well, a lot of people have a lot of success with the mouthpieces that they make.
Some people have success with that, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, sure. A portion of the people who have sleep apnea will have success with a
The mouthpiece.
mouthpiece.
And the chemicals also help people too. It
What
makes
kind
your
of chemical? I don't know of it.
there's a drug that actually it specifically focuses the throat muscles
I didn't
to
know that.
make them expand instead of contract, so that you don't actually have a collapsed throat. But there's a lot of other side effects. There's issues, obviously. We've got ourselves. We'll come back to this because I think this is actually fascinating. But we have 7 of hearts here on the turn. No remaining player controls 2 hearts in hand, but Amit does pick up a set of 7s here on the turn. All in Bastion here, still with top pair and a Omega wrap.
Yeah, Joshua's got top 2. And
All 3 players going to see a river as
Yeah.
this was a relatively small bet with the turn. Set of 7s off to a river.
And-
Ace of clubs. Doesn't
Wow.
change a thing.
oh, I mean, yeah, that doesn't. Kind of almost like I figured the ace would have completed someone's hand, but that's 7. Yeah, there's no straights possible.
Yeah, all in Bastion would need to play 3 cards from his
Yeah.
hand, which he cannot.
It felt like that ace should have, but it didn't.
Yeah.
Very clearly.
Amit gonna bet half pot here for 300, and Josh with the king 9. This would be a pretty loose call.
Yeah, after the ace gets there, now he's got second and third pair. I think it's just an easy fold. He's not into this pot for that much.
He's gonna shrug, shake his head, and make the call, and he's gonna end up paying off the set here. A little bit of a loose call, but you know, just sort of still trying to figure out like who his opponent is. I would imagine as well. There, you know, you've got a decently strong hand. Your opponent bets flop, or sorry, bets turn, bets river as well. Like, what can they have? Yeah, they got a set of sevens. Anyways, the sleep apnea thing, like, there's honestly something there. The really tricky bit, I think, for a real long-term solution for someone to actually like make a working solution that's going to be beneficial to people that is also going to like hit the market is getting your invention or whatever you want to call it like through the regulatory process, because so many of these things get classified as medical devices.
Medical device regulation is not as strict as some of the other regulations regarding related to medical services like prescriptions and.
But it has to be classified correctly, and that can be a challenge.
Yes. As someone who previously worked in the medical insurance industry, I'm aware of issues with
The regulation.
all kinds of things related to medical healthcare.
Yeah. So if you can find a solution that can also be marketed without the onerous, like, full-blown, like, medical device, whatever, check all of these boxes.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that qualify as medical devices, and things that aren't even really medical devices that, like, your insurance has the authority to determine that it will pay for it as a medical device, regardless of the fact that it's not regulated in any way. Medical devices are one of those things where, like, you can, if you have a prescription from a doctor, you can buy, like, stockings and, like, compression garments that aren't necessarily, like, they are marketed as medical devices, but you could just buy them because you want them, and your insurance will still pay for it as long as you have a prescription.
Yeah, but the top-down as to how all of that is categorized is the challenging bit. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
Right. If I wanted to sell you a bottle cap that I've marketed because, like, I was like, oh, I think people are going to want to take my used Topo Chico bottle caps and pay money for them because I called them a novelty decoration, right? Like, I can call it a novelty decoration and no one will care. But as soon as I call this a CPAP whatever that's going to fix your sleep apnea, like, guess what?
Right,
the FDA is going to be like, wait a minute, are you trying to cure a disease?
But even without the FDA getting involved, because the FDA actually doesn't deal with medical devices.
Okay, it's the not Health and Human Services, but the other one, whatever.
But anyways,
It's all, but
insurance companies can decide to pay for something based on their own determinations regardless.
But
So
there's
if the
also a
insurance-
huge difference between me being like, this is a bottle cap, and this is a
We're gonna get in
homebrewed
the weeds
solution
here,
that's going to help
for
you do
sure.
stuff. Like, I don't get to say certain things based on what my claims are. That's my only point. We're going down a rabbit hole here, which is
As someone who also
I want to inspire inventors to go out and fix problems and
has sleep issues of her own.
Okay.
I don't have sleep apnea, but I
That's good.
had to take a sleep study for sleep apnea. I definitely don't have sleep apnea. But yeah, I feel you. When your sleep is not right, it affects every aspect of your life. So whatever you can do that works for you, that's fantastic. More power to you. And anybody who can figure out a better solution for any sleep issues, including just like insomnia or whatever,
Yeah.
because that is a very difficult thing to manage.
John here going to turn the best hand here. Did have the queen high club flush draw on the flop, all in bastion here. Flopping the bottom end of the straight draw. We've made it to a river, and John is going to win as we did not complete the straight. Oh, there it is, ace of spades there on the
I
end.
assume
So
it just went check on there, right?
yeah, checky there on the end. Okay, it's time to gamble.
Yeah.
And Pratt won the last
Gamble
one.
happens so fast. Pratt is, it's up to him who goes first. My suggestion, and you can veto this, is that Pratt, you just go first, since you're already like 30 seconds behind us.
Sorry, we're 1 minute away from being able to gamble, but I wanted to make sure that it was all up in our minds.
The FDA does approve medical devices? Oh, thank God.
That was my
Food
that
and
was my
Drug
presumption.
Administration, why do they have anything to do with medical devices?
Wait, are you not familiar with the overwhelming bureaucracy?
Yeah, but shouldn't they just like have their own department or something? That's not food and or drug related?
One might presume, and now that they've heard that, they'll probably be like, you know what? We need another $100 billion government
Well,
program.
they're obviously listening right now.
That's what they do. All right, Mr. Pratt, whenever you're ready, set the tone. Oh, he's already doing it. He's gambling
cool.
50 as we have a flop between 4
All right,
players.
Pratt, let us
and
know who's
Sparks has
first.
a set of sailboats.
Nobody has a club in their hand, so.
Pratt went, and I'm just going. I'm just doing it. I don't care, and
Okay.
I'm going big. I'm gambling 300 because I don't give a shit.
Okay.
Mr. Pratt rolled a 31. I rolled an 18. I lost to Pratt
Woo!
when he rolled a
I got a
31.
chance. I got a chance.
Carolyn needs a 7. Carolyn needs a 7. Joshua D stole your 86, and you get a 7. Please. Please.
Come on, Streamlabs, you can do it.
43. Damn
I
it.
still win. That's
Ugh.
pretty bad, and I still win. Give me that money.
Yeah, you beat me and Pratt?
Yep, sure did.
God damn it. All right, take it. Take it away.
How do I get Pratt's money?
I don't know. You're only gambling against me. What are we?
Well,
are
I
we
paid-
even? Or no, I'm into you for 20 now. That was my 20 now. Yeah.
I paid you to pay Pratt.
Perfect throw to slow weight up, but the dude is
No, you paid me because you owed me. What are you talking about?
No, Pratt won the last one. He beat us both. And you said,
No, I lost to you. I gave you
I
the
don't even
20,
know
woman.
anymore. I'm just going to take the $20 and just
Yeah, no, you
shut
got
my
it. You
mouth.
got the 20. Now I think I lost 20 to you, and I'm down 20
No,
to
I
Pratt.
don't think so. But
All I know
Pratt,
is that the
can we get-
accordion 20 that you had earlier is not in my possession.
No,
I gave
it's
it back
here.
to you, so we were even, and now I'm down.
I guess I'm probably it.
Yeah, we have one more before the night is over, and I'm gonna get my money back from both of y'all because I'm gonna roll a 99. You are ready to see it. I know it. Big Daddy Chaz here with a couple of Chazes, a couple of Jazzes, a couple of just Jacks. I'm just gonna call them Jacks.
That's a good choice.
But that is a spicy flop here for Amit,
Yeah.
as he has a pair and a flush draw, and he donks out for $50, as you do. 1/4 pot size bet with a pair and a flush draw. No, why not?
I can think of some reasons.
Yeah, Pratt
but
says no, Pratt. It's me. It's just me and you gambling, and then
fine.
me and Carolyn on the side. You guys are not going against each other.
You and me, here we go.
Chaz makes the call. 6 of diamonds on the turn. Favorable here for Chaz. As Amit can sometimes do this with a bad queen or something, but also as Chaz, you know, I mean, this is a spot very similar to what we've seen before, where we've seen John and Bones just like folding hands, where it's like you're sort of like quote unquote handcuffed. Like you should just be call, whatever, like I lose. But like they found spots to fold, and most of the time tonight actually folding in the wrong spots. As it stands here, the front door clubs miss, and it went 50, 80, and now whatever the hell this bet is. Yes,
Yeah,
there we
Chaz
go.
obviously
There we go.
calls.
Chaz calls because sometimes you just have to pay it off to see what the hell they're doing. And Chaz wins. And very strange. Just 60, 80, 110. 60,
I mean,
80,
I
110.
understand the bets themselves, like the fact that he was betting, and on all 3 streets. I just don't understand how he thought that that was ever going to work at that size.
Well, that's the thing.
I mean, I guess it. So here's actually the thing is that I
Is
don't
it?
think he bets that small if he's got it. I think he bets way bigger if he has it.
Which is why it's really good just like call from Chaz. In
Yes,
addition to the fact
absolutely.
that you just have to call with Jacks no matter what like for that size. Like it just does. Like you could literally just like be playing online. You have no idea what this person looks like. You have no stats. You have just nothing, and it's just like donk lead for small, donk lead for small, continue leading for small. Like you're just calling with jacks. You just have to. You just take it all out of your mind and just do
There's
it.
one overcard to the board.
Now
There's a front door flush draw that bricks.
Yeah.
Nothing else gets there. Like.
And once again, we're going four ways to a flop. All in Bastion here is going to flop a pair and a flush draw, which is just
It is the best
hand.
John
all
has bottom
together.
pair. Checks all the way around. Sixes are still good. Nobody picks up anything. This is just a.
Now Bastion is going to bet his pair and a flush draw, which is should just get folds down the line. John here just about folds his hand into Josh's, and Josh is like, no, don't worry, it's not a problem because I was folding too. And that's the end of that hand. Yeah, I don't know. So I had something profound to say, and I'm just not going to say it.
You're not going to say it, or you forgot what it was?
No, I'm just not going to say it.
I want to hear it.
It's too bad. It's too bad.
Man, that's a bummer.
It is. Especially
Why
for
are you not going to say it?
It's all good. We're moving
All
on.
right, we're moving on. Everything's great.
David Pratt correctly recognizing that he's up 20 on me here tonight. Yep. Squire Rue and Jedi Master Ted correctly recognizing that it is goat water time. Thank you guys for that.
Let's go. I don't know what that is.
Goat water. What else? Oh, Jedi Master Ted says get it handcuffed, pun intended, handcuffed. Goat water handcuffed. Goat water handcuffed?
I don't get anything. I'm
Damn it.
so lost.
So let's just change the subject. Have you played Wordle?
Wordle. No.
You haven't even heard of Wordle?
No, what is this?
Oh man.
Oh, man,
okay,
I'm
so
in.
I've been
I don't care what it is.
Yeah. Okay, so play Wordle. I'm gonna run the show while Carolyn plays Wordle. So Google search Wordle, click the top link, and then read the description thoroughly so that you understand what's happening.
Okay.
And then I want you to play the game and see if you can get it. Because what you get is the same as what I got. Everybody got. Nobody fucking ruin it for her. Do not read the chat. And
Okay.
nobody fucking, anybody that spoils Wordle is a bad person. Bones here has also turned straight to the chat.
Okay. What is
Anyways,
the actual link for it, though?
no.
Is it an app or?
Google, no, a browser. Google search Wordle.
I just
it
did.
It'll be the top link. What is
But-
your phone?
Oh, sorry, my phone's a. You have an Android too.
Yeah, no. What are you?
This
looking-
one? I mean, that?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure, man.
Woman.
There were so
Now-
many
Now,
links and
it
things.
should have been the top one. Now read the thing. It'll tell you how the game is played. As Bones here is continuing to bet the second nuts, and Anu is our newest player here, seated in the 4 seat, and he is going to fold.
Okay.
Goatwater handcuff. Am I having a stroke? Says David Pratt. Yes, you are. Same as me. But yeah, no, this game is actually fantastic. If no one out there who is listening and watching,
Okay, so
has
I get
heard-
no information. I'm just gonna go.
You're gonna pick a 5-letter
No,
word.
yeah.
You get it.
Don't ruin it. I think I read the instructions
Okay.
correctly, so I'm just gonna.
Yeah, she's gonna do it. All right. So for everybody out there who has already done the Wordle today, Carolyn is trying this for the first time, and I am going to not so humble brag that I also played this game for the first time today and got it on my 4th.
1,900 yards.
Okay.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
What's the record?
You played every game. And you're like 70%.
What's the receiving?
Yeah, I was playing 2-5 before the stream started, and Bones was at the table, and Bones was like, hey, have you played Wordle? And I was like, no, I've seen people talking about Wordle. And he's like, dude, you got to try it. So I tried it, and I got it, and it's fun. I really think that it's a fun game. The fact that it comes up once per day, and everybody is doing the same thing,
Yeah.
is pretty cool. I actually like it a lot. All in Sebastian here facing a $40 raise after limping the jacks. Is going to limp call the jacks. I just don't like it. But he's going to play this one as the man in the middle with jacks.
Almost in basically 2,000 yards.
8 high board, Big Daddy Chaz, top pair, top kicker. Not the best hand because somehow your opponent has an overpair. And that is weird, but he's going to check, and Bastion's going to bet. Caitlin with a pair of sailboats is also not a terrible hand on this board, and she could conceive of calling. She's going to fold, which, I mean, good on her because she doesn't put any more money into the pot, but good God. Chaz, of course, is never folding. In fact, his hand is so strong that he's got to think he's best. 9 of clubs now here on the turn. Gives 2 flush draws, and Big Daddy Chaz here with spades is actually loving the fact that he doesn't have any of those cards out there, at least in terms of trying to think of hands that he is good against. But now when his opponent bets again, like, this is just so bizarre. It's like I could almost see Chaz correctly folding here, but he's not going to. His hand is simply too strong to fold. Chaz doesn't subscribe to the Bones and the John game theory of just like, Jesus, my hand is fucked. But, oh, good God, he's going to hit an 8 here on the end. Does he check it once more? If Chaz checks it here after getting sort of just bailed out here, no, he's gonna lead, and he should just get snap called. 450. He's gonna go small too because he can't imagine that his opponent's hand is strong enough. This is what's so weird about this hand. His opponent has jacks. If Chaz could have ever believed that his opponent had jacks, he would have bet 2x the pot, you know, right? Mm-hmm. But like he just has no idea what his opponent is doing. Oh, it's just so bizarre. Just so bizarre. Jedi Master Ted, WTF is Wordle. Well, go ahead and hit it in the Google machine because I'm telling you it's a fun game. Especially if you like word games, which I especially do. I'm a Scrabble guy.
Yeah.
You're still like, you're deep into this. How many guesses are you on?
This is my 4th. I haven't.
You're on your 4th?
Yeah.
How many of yellow and how many of green do you have?
Just 2 green, 1 yellow, but the yellow was the green. So just 2 green.
You're on 2 green now?
Yeah.
All right. Carolyn on 2 green on her 4th guess?
Yeah.
So you have this one and 2 more?
So there's no, it's never going to tell me if there's repeated letters, right?
Oh, sorry. This was made clear to me by Bones that he has never seen a repeated letter.
Okay, cool.
And therefore, I do not think there is a repeated letter. I think.
Oh, got it.
Oh, she nailed it.
Bam, 4th try.
I also got it on 4,
Nice.
so
Good job.
well done.
Thank
well done. No, okay. Here, I want to see that again because I'm going to show you mine. You show me yours, I'll show you mine. Damn, you beasted it. You went from just like 1 green to 2 greens to all 4 greens. You just beasted it.
I mean, there's only so many options left. Like once so many letters are, like there's only so many words like that, like logical words that you can make. I'm
a big fan of going from that to that to that. Like you just slayed this fucking Wordle. Well done. I think mine was like a little bit more just like it made logical sense. You just slam dunked it.
Oh.
Clearly,
Okay,
I'm going to go back and heroin fiend all of the last Wordles because that's what I do.
I don't know if you noticed this, but the chat has gone quiet since then. So I think everyone is just playing Wordle now.
They're all just playing Wordle. Yeah, everybody's Wordling.
Do not, if you're playing it, do not ruin it for anyone. That's not fair.
Yeah,
but let us know how many tries it took you. How many guesses till you got it?
Yeah, everybody, can you delete Scott Bronk's thing because nobody just don't spoil any of the previous words. Wait, there's a countdown timer? David Pratt? Did you download somebody else's bogus Wordle? It's not an app,
there's no
bro.
timer. It's
don't
just
download
a website.
it. It's not an app. It's just on
Powerlanguage.co.uk.
It's a browser thing. If you downloaded something, then you probably have computer aids, and are
for sure.
and are just you're mining crypto
Although-
for somebody across the canal. Don't download anything.
Maple
it's
Gaming, not in favor of us playing about a word puzzle game as opposed to the poker game, or is in favor of it. I don't
absolutely
actually know.
understandable. But you know what? That's what we've come down to.
Yeah. We have 24 minutes remaining.
Oh, we got a raise. We got a raise. All in Bastion is raising. We didn't have a limp call flop.
Well, we got to call. No, we got to call a raise.
No. Oh, Jesus. Limp, call, raise, call, flop. Limp, call, raise, call, flop. Let's go. Nobody has anything. Let's go. Check, bet, call. No, just bet, call.
Check,
bet, fold. All right, cool. I hope that did justice for Maple Gaming. Sorry, I just absolutely lose my shit when I can't conceive of what's happening anymore. Joshua D, he just downloaded LimeWire. Yep. David Pratt, you don't have to download anything. Just uninstall whatever you just downloaded.
It's a website. Pratt.
You have to just search. Nobody go to your Google Play, your Toy Store, your Apple, whatever. Fuck.
I told you the web. I want to type it in here.
No, literally just Google search Wordle and click the top link. That's all you have to do. Uninstall whatever someone else has done because it's not good for your computer or your phone
The number is
or your hemorrhoids. All right. 5 whole US
That
dollars.
is the website. I just put it in the chat.
5 entire US dollars to call, and several players have done so.
this in the second half. I had 253 rushing yards.
And several players have also folded. And 4 players are going to a king 8-3 flop with 2 spades, and nobody has a pair. And I'm talking about poker. Anu actually does have a pair because I missed that he had a king and he bets and wins. And I hope you're happy.
Daniel Feldman says, "How would anyone guess that word?" Is he talking about today's word or the word act? Oh, that I shouldn't have said that.
Cleveland running back. 286.
Sometimes we talk about things that aren't poker. I'm just gonna say that. And if that really bothers you,
We're trying to hang it. We're trying to hold together here because you know what? We're trying to hold together. It's what happens sometimes. It's what happens sometimes. The game isn't as exciting and riveting and nail-biting and cliffhangery as we want it to be, and that's just what it is. And so we try to make up
And I
the
will say
difference.
this. Aaron and I have been just wrong about all things that we expect in this game.
Yep.
So, you know, it's probably good that we're not talking about it because it would make us look real dumb.
No, I always look real dumb anyways, just because the things that I think should happen and what does happen are just not very often the same. And I'm going to chalk it up to the fact that, like, I'm a GTO robot and everyone else isn't, but really it's just that everybody plays this game different.
Wait, you're saying we're all not robots?
Doesn't ring a bell at all?
All I know is that somebody won this hand and that I will have angered someone else by not correctly talking through why they won that hand.
Daniel Feldman says today's word. I got it in 4 guesses. Aaron got it in 4 guesses.
Both on our first day?
I know,
High
yeah.
five, let's go.
But, you know, you'll just have to let me know how many guesses it took you tomorrow when you do tomorrow's. And then I will just try to at least tie.
Also, believe it or not, our next roll, our next gamble,
It's very soon.
is in
This 30-minute gamble thing.
11
is just,
minutes.
It's
It's
kind
11
of
minutes from
overwhelming,
now.
actually. It's
Yes.
so much gambling.
11 minutes from now. So it's the time is coming. I know y'all in the chat are just really excited about this, as you should be. And so I want Pratt to know for sure, so that he is on top of this. We have calling and calling and calling and calling and calling and folding. I forgot about the folding. We do have some folding. Now we have calling again, and we're gonna go
So I'll say that
4 ways to a called flop again. And now you wonder
This was
why.
a $20 straddle, right?
22.
Yep.
And this is why sometimes we talk about things other than the game.
Yep. Ace high board. Amit drills it and has 98% equity in a limped pot because that's just what happens.
Which, if this weren't a limped pot, then you would think, man, my ace is way good. But it being a limped pot, I mean, the chances are someone has a 4.
No, it's still probably good.
I
It's
mean,
just,
sure.
just.
But if you
not-
get raised, you kind of have to believe him, right?
Yeah, but he didn't get raised. He just got called.
Not yet,
And
but
now
all in-
Amit is going to check, and Bastion is continuing to bet here with his queen 9, which is just sort of a little bit extraordinary because if someone can call on ace 4-4 rainbow, what do you think they have? Check bet of 100 and a call, and I can't dream of a river. Okay, maybe
These
the
are,
5 of
these are
hearts
Old records, so.
where it goes
Backdoor
check
hearts.
bet fold.
I don't
Bastion
know, man.
bets 2 1/4.
It's getting ballsy.
Love question.
Yeah, call this
I mean,
all the time, and you just.
if
I mean,
he has a bigger ace, then this is the silliest hand of all time.
but he'd have to have
right?
ace queen or ace king, and
Exactly.
he doesn't have it. He never
No, we
has
know
it.
that. But like, if Amit folds,
Best supporting actor.
I'm
This
gonna
ace.
rip my eyeballs out. I'm gonna throw
then I
them
quit poker forever. No, I'm just
into
kidding. That's
your
not funny.
face. No, this is the worst part of what's been happening tonight is when 2 of the players that play the limp call style get into this part of the game tree, which is like I'm randomly betting 3 streets with queen high, and I'm randomly in this hand with ace 6 off and just check calling down and can never fold, but I'm tanking. Like, I don't know. That's where we are right now. So play some Wordle, everybody.
I mean,
Joshua D is ready to roll snipe us when we start gambling. I hate you, and if you roll snipe me, I'm going to be really upset.
Oh, so we have
But
to
if
go
you
really
roll
fast,
snipe like Carolyn or something, then good. Ooh, I just got. Oh, also David Pratt nailed it on 4
how did you got 4 greens?
on
On
his
the
third
third?
try,
That's
dude.
really
Yeah,
good.
he
Yeah.
he just like went bananas,
Wait, let me say it again.
dude. Pratt beasted it. All right, Amit needs to call this hand.
I
Already.
do feel like your second guess was a mistake because
We talked about the repeated letters.
there's no
but-
reason, even if you don't think that there are or if you think there
No,
are
no, no, if you-
possibly
well-
repeated, there's still not a benefit of repeating a letter.
No, but I do now think that it's quite. Did Amit folded? Amit folded. Sebastian wins, and that's just the cherry
Do we
on
just
the
quit?
cake.
Do we quit? Poker entirely? That's what I said.
No, I
said if
definitely
he folds,
don't
I
quit poker. No, watching this, I definitely don't quit poker. But what I do is enjoy another delicious beverage from
Here.
Topo Chico.
Right?
It wasn't warm moon. It wasn't.
Oh, no.
One time per second.
I wouldn't know.
It's delicious.
Am I gonna
Don't
die?
make
No, there's something.
questions. Yeah, Mr. David Pratt got it in 4. Well done, sir. In any case, here's the bottom line. We appreciate y'all that are hanging out with us tonight. We appreciate everyone that has hit the like button, that is subscribed to the channel, that comes back week in and week out, listens to me and Carolyn sit here and drone on and have a good time and gamble with David Pratt in the chat and do everything that we do. We know that for some people it's not everything. For other people it's great. For us it's awesome because we're here. We love this game. We play it all the time. She deals it all the time. We commentate on it every week. We're just here having a good time. The game of poker is awesome, and we know that you guys are here because of that same energy. And Every game isn't going to be the most exciting. Every game isn't going to be just, oh man, did you see that hand and that hand and that hand and oh, you know? Sometimes
Yeah,
it's going to
I
be
mean, we're
whatever.
not seeing a lot of huge pots here tonight, but we are seeing some unorthodox
We've seen
plays
some
and things
unorthodox
like
play.
that. And
We
I
have.
think that's interesting too. And it kind of, you know, anytime you see plays that are not how you would play or not, or just different from what you expect to see on a live stream, I think this is, you know, that's what we're here for. Yeah?
And
Like,
Sparks is going full-blown power hour here. We're going into the final like 15 minutes of the program, and 10-9 offsuit here. This is 100% just attacking a player that is a limp caller, and he thinks that he can get his opponent to probably fold something like tens with a 4-bet, cold 4 out of the straddle. And if he can get his opponent to fold, maybe even jacks, right? I guess he has 10-9, so he's probably targeting like jacks and whatever. As it stands, he flops an up and down straight draw. Bastion, of course, still with an overpair, but Bastion cannot feel great, right? Like, we know the kind of player that Bastion is. He doesn't put these kind of chips into the middle very frequently, and facing a 4-bet is going to be a scary proposition for him. Sparks should absolutely be continuing here.
yes.
And
Especially because he, like, this flop hit him. It hit him hard. Like, it,
but only for a specific combination. But Sparks is not going to be Sparks shouldn't be and probably will not be thinking about what
his hand-
Bastion's
yeah.
traditional like 4-bet calling range is. Sparks is going to hit him with the 625, which is a 2/3, and I like this. Bastion is going to make a quick call here.
I think that's, like, he's got his, this is a very strong hand. It's, I don't think he should be folding this.
Oh,
card.
absolutely should not be.
And
Oh
then
my God.
hits his set, which completes Sparks straight. And
This
we're going to get all the
is-
chips in. And this
yeah.
is the dream come true for Sparks. He doesn't necessarily know it yet. But if he fades a board pair, he is 100% getting all of those chips. There is no way that Bastion is not getting all the chips in. Like that, there's no way that he's folding with top set.
Yeah.
It's
And
got
now,
top set on a board that looks pretty well disconnected, particularly for a 4-bet range.
yeah. Now Sparks is trying to pick the right sizing to where he can commit his opponent here on the turn. He's going to decide against the 1.5x overbet jam, which would have worked as
Yeah,
well.
for
But
sure.
like your opponent's calling range diminishes when you go for the overbet jam, while you can sort of polarize your range into like I have clubs and top set, middle set, whatever, you know, overpair type hands. You can polarize it into that, but you can also, unfortunately, get your opponent to like fold king jack sometimes, which like you don't want them to do. So this bet size, 1.1K, half pot, is like, no. Your king jack can totally continue, especially your king jack with the king of clubs. Like, you don't need to fold yet. Your hand is perfectly fine.
Ships it, Sparks calls.
And if we run it more than once, there's a reasonable chance that we're going to chop this. If we rip it, Sparks should be winning most of the time, and that is going to do it. Sparks
One time.
gets it done.
And
And
that by far the most exciting hand of the night.
absolutely.
So if you were concerned that we didn't have enough action, not enough big pots, things were a little too unorthodox, that hand played out, I mean, beautifully for a straight. Like,
I mean, the fact that Sparks picked 10-9 off, I mean, this is just sort of like attacking a limp call strategy with a hand that very much is going to miss a lot of the time, but when it makes a hand, boy, does it make a hand. And this was just the perfect scenario. This was like the stars aligning.
and if this board had run out 6, 7, 8, or Jack, Queen, King on the flop,
then
it's
Queens
so much
is- yeah.
scarier looking. But the fact that this board ran out 6, 8, Jack on the flop, like, there's no way that Bastion thinks Chris is on 10-9.
Yeah.
Suited or offsuit doesn't matter.
Yeah, now we did get a peek at the second run out. I didn't quite hear everything that went on in the chat box there. I can't tell quite if they did just.
But who decided to go one time?
Why did
Chris or Bastion?
Sparks? Sebastian
Okay,
wanted
Sparks
one time.
was willing to go twice.
Well, it looked like a 10 to me. I don't think that was going to be a paired board. It looked like a 10 to me.
No, those are 9 wouldn't tear the board either.
No, neither of those would have paired the board. No, I think it was a 10. In any case,
So
I
this is
just
gonna be the
I
right
saw
back.
the card get turned over. I wasn't sure if there was any confusion between the players. I don't suspect there was. I don't think there was.
No, it was
as
just a
fa-
curiosity thing.
It was a curiosity.
Yeah,
In
he
any
was
case,
like,
yeah,
if
Sparks
I had chosen differently, because Sebastian, all in Bastion was the one who declined to go more than one.
Joshua D is here trying to snipe us here in the gamble box, but yeah, no, it is time for us to gamble. Sorry, I didn't
Okay,
mean to
let's go,
interrupt
let's
you.
go.
But who won the last one? I think wasn't it? It was
Me.
you. Oh yeah. All right. Then what are we doing?
I'm gonna go first.
Then me. Then Pratt.
Whatever you want. You
I'm
are
gambling
after
500. I'm going big. Did you already go?
me. I want 100.
I'm going 5. Pratt, you're next.
Yeah, then I drive back. At night, it's less than an hour.
I can feel this one. I'm getting a 79. You're getting like a 30 something.
Whatever.
Yeah, they got to
Oh, why did I get in before you? I got a 75. I'll take it though.
Why did you get it before me? Was I maybe because I gambled second last time? Maybe I wasn't ready yet.
No, I don't know. All I know is that I can see my gamble on my screen and not you. And 75, I'll take it. I'll tell you that much. I will tell you that much. As we are working on our next hand here, Bone's going to squeeze out of the small blind up to 200.
Yeah, we got some reasonable hands here. King Queen off. Sparks is busy stacking up his chips, so.
As
Yeah,
you do when you win a big
I ain't
pot
got
like
time
that.
for this.
Ain't nobody got time for that. David Pratt rolled a 66. I guess you're going to have to just
Okay,
roll
Andrew.
whenever. But Pratt now owes me 20 bucks. Another 20. I love it. Gets me back to even against Mr.
This
Pratt.
is really not good for me, though. It went 75, 66.
Yeah, you're getting a 54.
I'm getting a 12. Without a
Hey,
doubt.
well, I'll take a 12. King high board here. King 7 deuce badoogie.
I haven't lost yet, but I
71. 71
so
is
close.
yeah. Give me the money. Give me the money. You won points. You beat Pratt.
yeah, but I'm not gambling. Crap. This
Taco
sucks.
Bell, Taco Bell, Taco Bell on you tonight.
I would say, besides the day that you won my house, generally speaking, it's
done
pretty
all
much
right.
break even every time.
Who would have guessed that a game such as this would be break even?
It's seems like maybe it's like pretty fair, like in terms of heads up gambling. It's not fair if you're gambling against Streamlabs. It's real bad, but.
Yeah. Bones is going to take this one down with
Peter
the
Cooper,
best
good night.
hand.
Thank you for joining us.
Good night, Ming. Good night. Oh, Joshua D trying to scoop us at the last minute, rolled a 30 and got the worst of all the rolls. Yeah, well, too
That's
bad.
what you get for trying to snipe our rolls, bro.
Trying to snipe our roll. Oh, and I won 500, which got me up to 20.
I have an even 1,600
Wait, why do I only have 2,700?
because you lost last time.
I thought I had tons of points.
Is it? Does
No,
it
no, no. I guess
matter?
I guess winning 500 is good. I don't.
I mean, I don't think it's.
No,
bad.
I'm sure that's true, but I don't know what world I was living in where I thought that thousands of points. I've just gambled 500 all
That's
willy
a
nilly,
lot.
like
That's
no big deal.
20% of your point bankroll.
It was. I didn't even realize it. I'm a schmuck.
2 more hands. 2 more hands, folks. This one and one more, or
I have 2 more hands as well. Joshua D off to bed.
we
Good night,
have
man.
this one and one more. Probably. We got a Tillman in the house. All right, this one and 2 more.
This
So we
one
have this
and 2
hand,
more, plus a Tillman.
+1, +1.
And we've got 2 players playing diamonds, Amit and John. The two players playing spades are out of the hand. Sparks here, ace-jack offsuit, going to play from the small blind. This is a spot to squeeze, but yeah, absolutely 100% understand just flatting. It's
Joshua
like,
D, good night. Bye-bye.
it's like if you hit a hand, like you're probably going to be good. If you don't, if you just check fold. The limp call stuff that you're up against tonight, ace-jack is just weird. Like, Sparks just crushes his flop, but like doesn't have to do anything, right? It's like, had he 3-bet and gotten called, then he'd actually feel a little bit weird. No one would understand why, but you'd actually feel a little bit weird about this flop. As it stands, he's going to be best into the turn. He's going to lead for 100.
Everybody's got a pair, though.
Sure. Give him a pair. Everybody gets a pair. Not really, but actually, yeah.
Yeah. Everyone has a pair. Everyone has a different pair.
I don't have a pair. I have a pair.
Do you, though? You should.
I have a pair.
thought-
I do.
I was
I know.
under the impression that you did. I may have been mistaken, but
I can have a
you
pair.
walked right into that.
No, well, I was gonna. I don't know. I had a plan, and then I shot that plan right in the face, as I said what I said, whilst formulating the plan, and then now I have a pair, but
Sure you
Sparks'
do.
pair is better, and he wins. Damn it. Words are hard. Lives are hard sometimes.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Not your lives, but
My lives can be hard.
yeah.
Anyone's
okay.
lives can be hard sometimes. You know what? And that's the thing here on TCH Live is that we appreciate everybody for tuning in, for hanging out with us, and we appreciate all of you because you know what?
Absolutely.
You're a good person. You belong here, and we are happy to have
We
you.
even let Gary C stick around, despite his trolling. He
And
gets
muting
timed
him
out
half
from
the
time to time.
Yeah.
But we're not going to ban him. You know,
No,
he's
part,
a
he's
troll.
part of the
he
team.
gets a little timeout.
Yeah.
I give timeouts to my toddler too. You know.
You got to time out the toddler.
I mean, actually, I feel like I got to time out Gary C way more often
Then the turdler.
than the.
Oh my God. We're going to pretend like nothing just happened and we're going to move right along with the hand. Just imagine fairy tales and unicorns.
Can I? No, not that. Not that.
What else do you want?
That. Yes, thank you.
Oh my God. That was the highlight of my night, I'll tell you what.
How am I going to get home now?
Don't worry. You're fine. Tillman here has a queen, jack of hearts, and he's going to limp and call from under the gun. And we've got several other players in here as well. And Tillman has 2 pair, and Big Daddy Chaz has the nuts, and Amit has a gut shot to the nuts, and Sparks has a pair. And the words are still flowing, but...
If you can guess what I just did, I'll give you $1.
She'll give you $1. Bet a 75, call a 75, and
I
a
wish.
meet now, trying to decide if he wants to stick around for one more card.
That's a good choice.
Yeah.
That's a good choice.
I'll just unplug that. Ace here on the end, and guess what? You had the nuts. You were going to win all the chips in the middle, plus maybe some
you
more,
gonna
and now
chop
you're
it
going to
up.
chop it up because you got the nuts and somebody else got the nuts and somebody else don't got the nuts, and they ain't going to pay you. And that's my way of saying
You might
that
get paid by Tillman, though.
Tillman ain't
Despite
gonna,
the fact that
Are
it's
you
a-
kidding
I
me?
mean-
Tillman is never putting another
Wait.
chip in the middle.
Let's see.
I'll bet you $20 right now.
No.
Right now. No, we haven't seen it. We're seeing it. Damn it, woman. Put your 20 in the middle. He didn't call.
I didn't seem like you were going to, definitely.
You
Like,
thought he was
might.
going to. You thought, dude, that was
I thought
$20
there was a
worth of
chance.
value. Yeah, I could have gotten another
was a
20 off of
chance.
you. I could have milked you for another 20. Damn it. I had it. It was right in front of me. You said the words, and I believed.
You were right. You were right.
I was.
Was that
always
it?
Right.
Is that it? Oh, one more hand. Ooh, bonus hand.
Bonus
Let's
hand.
go.
Who was waiting for the bonus hand? The bonus hand of the evening. If you haven't hit the like button, please do.
The good
help
news.
us out.
This is the good news.
It happens.
Wow. Wow. There was remainder. You carried the one.
I did.
Dude, Carolyn carried the one right into her belly. Let's
Yep,
go.
that's right. Don't forget that chili, by the way.
I would never. And you'll get your
Frickin'.
Tupperware back as well.
Oh, I don't need that.
I'll refill
It's like
it. I'll
dirt
refill
cheap
it for
IKEA
you.
Tupperware. Well, God, I don't want to know what you're gonna fill it with. So I'm gonna say, please, for the love of God, keep the Tupperware.
I
I just want your chili feedback. That's it.
No, I'm 100% going to judge your chili.
Yes, I want that.
You're getting it. And I appreciate you giving me the chili upon which to judge. I'm excited.
I thought it was pretty good.
Bones with the number one, going to raise it up here. And by number one, I mean Steam Dola number one. Shout out here in the just YouTuber verse to Steam Dola, who I have not seen in like a year.
Steam Dola, if you're alive, do you want to make a
Barbecue hangout night?
Well, I was just gonna say we need to because people have texted Steam Dola's MIA. We can always but
He's alive. He's breathing.
yeah. But we might need to go track him down just to give him a hug and tell him that we miss him.
Well, we do miss him.
Yeah,
that's not.
No. I'm just saying. Do you want to
requiring.
go to Mandola's with me someday soon? Go get some lunch.
Sure.
What's up, James?
No, I'm in for that, and I'm also in for we should do.
A barbecue?
We should do a hangout for the playoff games this coming weekend.
I don't have real TV at my house.
No, we can make this happen.
Okay, we can figure it out.
But
Tell me how to make it so I can stream.
anyways, we're gonna do this.
Wait,
A
this
meet
weekend
here
is
is with
the
a couple
playoff
of
games?
what? You
I'm
want
gonna
a
be in
lap
Vegas.
dance?
I'm going to Vegas next week.
Oh, that's exciting.
Next weekend.
John here with the toppest of pairs, the middlest of kickers. Bets 175. A meet for some reason is thinking about continuing with third pair.
Sure.
Does call.
Fourth pair.
Excuse me, fourth pair.
Gonna bank
Right
it.
you are, Ken.
Do you think it's gonna bank it? No, just kidding.
No, but two pair here for John. Will win the hand if we get to showdown. A meet is first. Stack to pot ratio just about 1 1/4. A meet is first.
J Stack's down.
J Stack is down, dude. Yes, I will grill ribeyes. That is
No,
my.
but you can't do it this weekend.
Because you're gonna be in Vegas.
Yeah. The following.
At some point, dude, we need to do this at some
following
point.
week.
We need. I want a bi-weekly potluck, man.
Yeah, I'm in.
I love cooking. I love.
I have a
making
house.
stuff.
You guys can bring all the food to my house that way. I
Wait,
get to
you
keep
have
the
my
leftovers.
house. I mean, you have my house.
Yeah,
which is-
well, you don't live there, so
okay.
it's fine.
Yeah. John here gonna bet 500 and a meet.
J Stack, you're invited. I live north of the city, so that's closer to you. So.
A meet here is in full, just absolute unreasonable hero call town. And he's going to give the hero call eyebrows, the hero call back and forth head swing, and the hero call middle white bouncy line that nobody understands why it's there. But, oh, now he's frowning at it. You got to squint. Oh, raise the eyebrows. You got to squint it in. You got to raise it up. You got to squint it back down. The eyebrows really should be going in tandem with the bouncy white
That would be
line
so funny.
in the middle.
Can we program the white line so that it goes up and down with people's eyes?
I just need what I need is a slider.
Yes.
Right in front. Oh my God, he folds. What I need is a slider where I get to slide the bouncy line in the middle at my
Vic
own.
Wong asking,
will.
do I play poker in Vegas? I mean, when I'm in Vegas, yes. I
What
play
else
poker
would
there.
you do?
I mean, for me, I can tell you that the vast majority of my money did not go to poker the last time I was in Vegas. The last time I was in Vegas, I went with money and I left broke. And not much of that money went to poker at all.
It was all strippers and
Yeah, strippers and bluff. That was it.
Yeah. I mean, that's appropriate. Anyways, what also is appropriate is us shutting down the live stream here because that's the last hand of the night. We appreciate y'all hanging out with us here on TCH Live. Thank you guys for hanging out with us. Myself, Aaron, Aaron McAvoy, for super producer Carolyn, for Kristen, the rest of the TCH Live crew. We appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. Good night, and we'll see y'all next time.
Good night, everybody.
Adios.